From the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage live on the ECC network. In today's conference matchup, the Queens College Knights take on the College of Staten Island Dolphins in Game 2 of a 4-game set. This game, of course, will be Game 1 of today's ECC doubleheader. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, alongside my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo. And, of course, this is the McDonald's pregame show. McDonald's, our great scoreboard sponsor here at the College of Staten Island, presenting our pregame show each and every game. Andrew, today's matchup features the Knights and the Dolphins. These two teams opened a 4-game set on Friday. The Dolphins had the lead late, but it got away from them in the ninth inning.
Yeah, and it was just an unfortunate series of events in that game. And, you know, Joe, at one point they were up 8-1 in that game, and they found themselves up 9-5 going into the ninth. They blew that lead, and they ended up losing that game 10-9. And that ended up being the 7th win in a row for Queens. They are now 12-4 on their season, so they are going right along here with their season. Dolphins on the mound, Ryan Kehoe, 3 2/3 innings. He allowed 9 hits and 4 earned runs. Stephen Kalika came in for 4 1/3. He allowed 6 hits and 4 earned runs, and Alex Martinez got the loss. He allowed 2 runs. So pitching wasn't the strong suit for the Dolphins on Friday.
Well, Kalika pitched really well until that final inning. 3 singles opened up the inning. A double plated 2. An error in left field plated 2 more. The Dolphins then ultimately lost the game on a walk-off wild pitch. There may still be some scoring changes to come in that game. No errors were put up on the scoreboard. That could change, so those earned run tallies may change as well. That's something we're going to look into at the conclusion of this 4-game series. But 2 games on deck here today between the Dolphins and the Knights. And Andrew, we said it already, the Dolphins were on the verge of a victory on Friday, and they were on the verge of snapping that winning streak for Queens College. You said it. It's now at 7 games. The Dolphins, going into Friday's game, had won 3 of 4. They were playing well. Still some positives to take away for the Dolphins in that game. They did score 9 runs for the second straight game. What does CSI have to do today to come away with a win?
Well, they got to continue hitting that ball. You know, they did score 9 runs despite getting the loss. You know, that's always unfortunate, getting that many runs in a game and still can't get the win. It's got to come down to better closing it out. They got to be able to close out the game. As you mentioned, they were pitching well up until Martinez came in after Kalika, and, you know, it just kind of was lost after that. In the ninth inning, Dolphins gave up 5 runs. They ended up losing on a wild pitch. So very unfortunate there for the Dolphins. A couple of positives, though, from Friday. AJ Vigliotti, 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. Tyler Martinez, 3 for 4. He had a run batted in. So the Dolphins doing well with hitting coming into this game, but just need to shore up a little bit defensively.
Well, the Dolphins certainly will look to clean up their play in the field and look to continue their stellar work at the plate. You said it, if the Dolphins can continue to hit the way they have the last couple of games, they should be in good shape. They are ready for the introduction of starting lineups down in the field. I'm going to pass that note along to the room next door. We'll take a 30-second break, and we'll be right back.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Once again, this is the McDonald's pregame show. Joe Foreman rejoining you alongside Andrew Rotundo. I received the call from down on field level. They were ready for the introduction of starters. I had to pass that information along next door, so we had to step aside and take a quick break. But Andrew, as we were saying ahead of the break, the Dolphins will look to continue to play well offensively. They've done that each of the last two games, and a big reason why is the resurgence of Michael Kehoe at the plate. Kehoe has been a part of this Dolphins team years past. He's really come on strong this year, leading the team in batting at .424, added a couple more hits on Friday. CSI's freshmen have also been a really big part of what the Dolphins have accomplished at the plate as well. A.J. Vigliotti, Vincent Weigel, both hitting above the 300 mark. And then, of course, returners Dominic Castiglione and Shendi Ulaj, both hitting above 300, remain key contributors for CSI at the plate. A lot to like for the Dolphins offensively. The big question is, can they get their offense and their pitching to click on the same day? They've gotten a lot of quality pitching. In those games, they haven't scored. When they've scored quite a bit, they've also given up quite a few runs. They really need both aspects of the game to click today.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe, and it's just getting everything to click. Like you said, you just got to get everybody on one page going into the game. You got to get everybody's head into it, and it's just been unfortunate the way that the plate appearances haven't been there when the pitching has, and vice versa. So the Dolphins got to find a way to perform in all areas, and they can definitely come away with a win.
They certainly proved they are capable of competing closely with this Queens College Knights team. 12-4 coming in for the Knights. The Dolphins 6-10. CSI's starting lineup is taking the field right now, so I will bring you that starting lineup for the College of Staten Island. Leading off and playing left field is number 8, Michael Kehoe. Batting second and playing center field is number 21, Dominic Castiglione. Batting third and playing first base is number 24, Shendi Ulaj. In the cleanup spot is the catcher, number 44, A.J. Vigliotti. Batting fifth and playing third base is number 9, Vincent Weigel. Batting sixth and playing right field is number 30, Tyler Martinez. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, is number 20, John Castiglione. Batting eighth is the shortstop, number 2, Nick Cipoletti. And batting ninth is the second baseman, number 11, Anthony Cetera. On the mound for the Dolphins today is Christian Rice, and we mentioned it, the Dolphins have gotten some well-pitched games this year. Rice has certainly been a part of that.
Absolutely, Rice, 2.3 ERA with a 1.6 whip, and that's just really good stuff as we get set for the national anthem here, Joe.
So with that, we'll step aside, and we'll be right back with the start of today's game. And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex as former East Coast Conference Rookie of the Week Christian Rice will take the mound for the College of Staten Island here this afternoon. Andrew started to bring you some of the numbers for Rice this season. As Andrew mentioned, he comes in with an ERA of 2.3 and a whip of 1.6. He's pitched to a 2-1 record across 3 appearances, all of those starts. In 15 2/3 innings, he's allowed 12 hits, 7 runs, 4 of those earned. He's walked 13 and struck out 19. 58 opposing batters hitting at just .207 against him. That leads this Dolphins team.
Yeah, really good stuff, Joe, in all facets here for Rice so far in Dolphins colors. And he's going to need, as we mentioned before, he's going to need his offense to back him up today.
Dolphins will look to continue their hot hitting. As I mentioned before, 9 runs in consecutive games for the Dolphins, 1 win and 1 defeat. However, those games were 6 days apart, so Dolphins will look to pick up where they left off on Friday minus the outcome, as CSI was on the verge of win number 7. Couldn't close it out in the 9th, but that's the great thing about the game of baseball. You get a chance to bounce back relatively quickly, and with just one day in between Friday's game and today's doubleheader, Dolphins are right back out there on their home field for the first time this year and are looking to pick up their first conference win.
Yeah, and home field it's always a good thing to have with your fans in the stands. And, as we mentioned before, 9 runs in the last game. Their offense did come alive, just couldn't close it out. And that's what they're going to look to do today different in front of their home crowd.
As is normally the case, starting lineups came in right before they were introduced over public address. We did have them a bit earlier than that today, but we'll get you the lineup for Queens as they come to the plate. And leading things off for the Knights will be the center fielder, number 3, Jason Rodopoulos, as we are set to get underway from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins and Knights in Game 2 of a 4-game series. Get you the numbers for Rodopoulos at the plate in just a moment as he steps into the box for the first at-bat of the game. Rice comes set. And the first pitch of the afternoon is fouled straight back into the screen. Rodopoulos comes in, hitting at .317 on the season, an .879 OPS. He has started all 16 games for the Knights. Comes the 0-1. That's off the inside corner.
It's important to note, Joe, that Queens, despite batting .436 on the season, that's impressive, but a team ERA of 9 even.
You have them at .436 on the season?
So Nick's stats say.
Nick's stats are incorrect, I can tell you that. They're hitting a solid .302.
Okay.
Definitely not that high. Now, he may have looked at conference stats. That's a very easy mistake to make as that's lined over to short, and it is caught on a line by Cipoletti for the game's first out.
That was right to Cipoletti. He was sitting there waiting for it, and a good grab with the glove for the first out of the game.
Cipoletti, a big part of a stellar defensive infield for this Dolphins team, specifically the middle infield. And I will reiterate, Andrew, Nick's stats are incorrect, as that's taken for ball 1. At the plate is Mark Cisco. He's ahead in the count 1-0. And that's taken for ball 2. Cisco comes in hitting at .327 on the season. Has appeared in 15 games, started 14 for the Knights. Comes to 2-0. And that catches the zone for a called strike 1. Cisco is second on the team in runs scored, 4th in hits, giving the Knights production near the top of the order. And he takes inside for ball 3.
That nearly hit him, too. He had to back away from that one.
That was awfully close. Cisco ahead now, 3 balls and 1 strike. And the 3-1 is swung on and missed.
Well, he was looking to rip one there.
Full count on the Knights' second baseman. Rice will get the signs once again as Mike Morrow has emerged from the Dolphins' dugout. He has a quick word with the home plate umpire, and play is set to resume momentarily. Long look in from Rice. He comes set. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And that sails way upstairs for ball 4.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rice loses control of that one a little bit as that one, as you said, sails way out of the zone, up high for ball 4. And the Queens Knights have their first base runner of the game.
That will bring Francis Segarra to the plate. Comes in the team's second leading hitter at .349. And they'll check on the runner over at first. Segura has also started all 16 games for Queens. Comes in second in batting, as I mentioned, third in OPS. Tied for the team lead in plate appearances. And that's hit foul. Down the left field line, out of play. Count 0-1 on Segura, who gets the start at shortstop today. Segura leads the team in hits, in runs scored, in triples. He's tied for the team lead in home runs. Has done it all for the Knights so far this year. And he's quickly behind 0-2.
And he didn't like that strike 2 call either.
Comes the 0-2. And that's lined into right center field. That's down for a base hit. Cisco heads for third. He's in standing. And it's a one-out single for Segura to put runners on the corners with one away.
And Segura lines that perfectly into right center for a base hit. First hit of the game for either side. Now runners at first and third with just one out. And already Queens looking to do some damage here in their side of the first.
There's another look at that last base hit as the Knights are threatening early. Runners on the corners, one away. And at the plate is the team's leading hitter, Anthony Fontana. Fontana quickly behind in the count, 0-1. Comes the pitch. That's taken for a ball. So at the moment, we're having a live stats issue. I'll take care of that during the next break. For those of you trying to follow along via live stats, we'll get that sorted out during our next commercial. The runner's going from first, and that was foul tipped by Fontana. So Segura will have to head back. And Rice is a strike away from a big punch-out.
Fontana averaging over 400 on the season so far, 413. Already got 10 runs as well.
Leads the team in slugging, leads the team in on-base percentage, leads the team in OPS as well. And the 1-2 is sent foul. And into the woods, back beyond the left field bleachers. One ball and two strikes the count on the Knights' designated hitter. Pitch from Rice on its way. The runner is going. And that's down in the dirt. As a stolen base will put two in scoring position. And even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And that one was buried down low in the dirt. And by that time, runner was already pretty much at second. Nothing really the Dolphins can do.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And that sails up and away for ball 3.
This is going to be a big out for Rice here if he can get it.
Another full count for the CSI starter. He's had to work hard here in this opening inning. First base is now open with a dangerous hitter at the plate. We'll see how aggressive Rice is here on this payoff pitch. 3-2 coming. That's fouled straight back. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes on Fontana. 2 in scoring position for the Knights here in the first inning. Here comes another 3-2. And that's it on the ground to second. Dolphins will go to first with it. And they have the out there as the first run of the game comes home.
And that was a difficult hop to handle there for Kevin Ryan over at second. That hopped a couple of times. And to throw that over to first, get the first out.
That's Anthony Cetera at second base. That's an 11, not a 1.
Oh.
First pitch is in for a strike to Reed Hoskins.
That makes sense. Kevin Ryan's a pitcher.
Yes, he is. Comes the 0-1. And that's lined into left field for a base hit. The game's second run will come in to score. It's an RBI single for Reed Hoskins, and the Knights lead it 2-0.
Now, Hoskins doesn't waste any time at the plate there. Takes one and rips one into shallow left center and brings home the second run. Already Queens up 2-0 now.
Good start at the plate for the Knights as we get another look at that last base hit. Still 2 away in the inning. And at the plate is Jorsix Jimenez. Jimenez quickly behind in the count, 0-1 here. I think the Dolphins would be wise to keep an eye on the runner at first. Hoskins with a nice-sized lead. There he goes, and he stopped about a quarter of the way down the line as Jimenez is hit by the pitch.
Yeah, it won't matter much. Jimenez gets hit in the shoulder there. And he'll shake it off and take a walk down to first. Inning continues here for Queens with runners at first and second.
That will bring Matt Phillip to the plate. He had a big RBI base hit in the 9th inning of Friday's game. 2 on, still 2 out for Queens here in the first inning. And the first pitch from Rice is in for a called strike 1. Phillip comes in, hitting just 186 on the year. Chance for him in another RBI spot. And he takes strike 2. Phillip on the season, just 8 of 43. He has appeared in every game for the Knights. Started 14 times, and he strikes out right here as Christian Rice stops the bleeding in the first inning. But after a half inning of play, the Dolphins trail by 2. We head to the bottom half of inning number 1. Knights lead it 2-0.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
We are back from the CSI Baseball Complex on CSI Sportsnet. This is Andrew Rotundo. Joe Foreman went into the room next door to fix out the live stat issue as Faza gets set on the mound for Queens. Michael Kehoe gets set to lead things off here for the Dolphins. Michael Kehoe first on the team in OPS. First on the team or second on the team in slugging, 667 in slugging. On base percentage, second on the team as well, 486. As he gets set to face Faza on the mound. Faza coming into this game with a 6.89 ERA. First pitch is inside for ball one. It'll be Kehoe, Castiglione, and Ulage to open things up for the Dolphins in their side of the first. The 1-0, and that's low. Kehoe already ahead in the count, 2-0. From Faza. Taken once again here by Kehoe. And he's ahead 3-0 in the count on Faza. And the 3-0 now on the way. Taken once again by Kehoe. And a 3-1 count. Being very patient here is Kehoe at the plate to open things up for the Dolphins. The 3-1 on the way. That's swung on down the left field line. That's a fair ball thrown on to first. And Kehoe's just out by a step at first for the first out.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 21, Dominic Castiglione.
That'll bring up Dominic Castiglione. "17 hits on the season so far for Castiglione. Averaging .309 as he takes his first pitch low for ball one. The 1-0 to Castiglione. That one's high for ball two. Castiglione's appeared in all 16 games played for the Dolphins as he swung on. This is hit high into center. And there's the center fielder for the second out. 2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins. In their side of the first, that brings up Shendi Ulage.
First baseman, number 24, Shendi Ulage.
Batting an even .300 so far through the 15 games that he's appeared in out of 16. Most runs batted in on the season with 10 so far for the Dolphins. As the 1-0 is in there for strike one to even up the count 1-1. A 1-1 from Faza. That's taken for strike two by Ulage. One strike away from being a quick inning here. Hit on the ground to first. Racing to the bag, and the Dolphins go down 1-2-3 to end the first inning. Queens will take a 2-0 lead, headed to the second.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex, where the Knights lead the Dolphins 2-0. 8-9-1 due up for Queens in the road second inning. The Knights with a couple of hits in the first. And they took an early 2-run lead as Christian Rice misses with his first pitch outside for ball one. At the plate for the Knights is Andrew Ramirez. That's hit on the ground to short. Throw goes to first. Scooped up by Ulaj and in time for the first out of the inning.
Once again, a little bit tough of a bounce there in the dirt for Cipoletti this time. Cipoletti had to scoop that and throw down to first. Nonetheless, gets the first out. Nice job by Cipoletti.
CSI Baseball Complex. Infield not easy to navigate. The outfield not easy to navigate. As that pitch is in for a strike. It's good to see the team get an opportunity to play some March baseball here at home. We don't often see much baseball in March here at the College of Staten Island. A lot of different individuals responsible for the effort necessary to make the field playable in the month of March. Shout out to them. One ball and one strike the count here. Teovaldo Estevez at the plate. And he's now behind 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Big swing and miss there to go down 1-2.
Comes the 1-2. And that's fouled right into my chest. That hit me in the ribs, Andrew. I got it. That hurt. I have never had that happen before. Right in the chest.
Wow.
The Mac nearly got hit. Oh, that is going to leave a mark. Wow.
That just was my hand. I reached out with my hand. I thought it was going to hit my hand.
The Mac nearly got taken out. I can't believe it got in here. It hit me right in the ribs.
That's crazy.
And now the papers are blowing away.
Let me grab those.
I have never seen that before. Wow. That was painful. I cannot believe that just happened. When you thought you've seen it all. I don't know, Andrew.
Second inning, Joe.
This might be the last game I call with the window open. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Well, there are 2 away in the inning. That's hit softly on the ground to short. And the throw to first is not in time. Good effort by Cipoletti. But Rodopoulos is on with an infield hit.
I was just going to say, what hustle by Cipoletti. Rodopoulos was just it was just a step quicker on that play, and he keeps the inning going for Queens. What a mark, Joe.
Yeah. It's a good thing I don't skip ab day. That's dribbled foul.
You said that's happened before.
It's now happened 3 times. That was about less than 3 inches from the Mac. That would have been the end of the Mac.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't believe it got in. It had to nearly scrape the top of the backstop, and by the time it was over the backstop, I had no time to react. Incredible.
I'm speechless.
Incredible. And the runner is going. High throw, or high pitch, I should say. And it's an easy stolen base. Rodopoulos now in scoring position as the count evens up on Cisco at 1 ball and 1 strike. But that ball had to nearly scrape the backstop and then get in through the window. If the window had been closed more than halfway, I think the window pane stops it. But that caught us over the trajectory that ball had to take was incredible.
For it to not hit the MAC, too.
I'm thankful it hit me, not the MAC, because the broadcast would have ended on the spot. The MAC would have been destroyed.
MAC takes up about a quarter of the window there, too.
The MAC certainly would have broken if that ball hit it. Much better, it breaks my rib. Some might say. Not me. We're not going that far, as that pitch misses for ball 2, but
quite a sacrifice.
That's one we're going to talk about for a long time. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on the Knights' second baseman. And that's taken down low for ball 3. Another 3-2 count for Rice. First base is open. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that misses badly for ball 4.
And that nearly gets Cisco up high in the face. He had to duck away out of that one, and inning continues with first and second base runners for Queens. And I'll bring up Cigar to the plate.
Long look in from Rice ahead of this first pitch. Cigar 1 for 1. And he hits that one on the ground to third. It's handled in fair territory, and Weigel had to dive over toward third base, but he makes contact with the bag in time to retire the side. The Knights' lead remains 2 runs. Our score headed to the home half of the second inning. 2-0 Queens.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we're back for the home half of the second inning. Had to send the crew to get me some ice, but we're good to go the rest of the way. As the Dolphins trail the Knights 2-0. 2 runs on 3 hits for Queens through the first inning and a half. Vincent Weigel will lead things off for the Dolphins. And he takes ball 1.
I think that's A.J. Vigliotti starting things
You're
off
right.
with the
It
Dolphins.
is. It is.
Had a pretty good game on Friday, 2 for 4, 3 runs batted in.
I'm out of sorts now following that foul ball.
Understandable.
As Vigliotti takes ball 2. I'll use that excuse for at least the next couple of hours. 2-0 the count on Vigliotti, and he takes up and away. Second straight inning that the inning has begun with a 3-ball count. Comes the 3-0. That's in for a called strike. I mentioned during the pregame, the Dolphin freshmen have been a really big part of what CSI has accomplished at the plate this year, and Vigliotti certainly contributing to that as he takes a big swing and a miss there. But he comes in, the team's second leading hitter at .344. He's second in OPS, leads the team in home runs, second in RBIs and slugging, and an on-base percentage. As that's dribbled over towards short, played on the backhand, throw to first just in time. And Vigliotti is retired for the first out.
That was a long throw from short to first by Segura. He had to make a big play there.
That was a nice play by Francis Segura over at short. As now, Vincent Weigel will step into the box. He's also swinging the bat very well this year. .313 at the plate. As he quickly falls behind in the count, 0-1. Weigel third in OPS, third in RBIs. As he just got a piece of that pitch and is quickly in a two-strike hole. Comes the 0-2. And that is swung on and missed for strike three by Weigel, who goes down on 3 pitches. And they are quickly 2 away.
Yeah, Weigel in attack mode there in that at-bat. As he goes down 1-2-3. And quickly, once again, 2 away. And Faza 5 up and 5 down so far in this game.
First pitch to Tyler Martinez is in for a called strike 1. Martinez had a big day on Friday. Has his average up to 242 on the season. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Didn't get a chance to bring you the numbers for Dean Faza when this game got started, as I headed into the room next door. But very quickly, Faza comes in with an ERA of 6.89 and a whip of 1.66 and a record of 2-1 across 4 appearances and 3 starts. This is number 4. He's thrown 15 2/3 innings as that's chopped over to short. And the throw just beats Martinez to first for the final out of the inning. Another 1-2-3 inning for Faza on the mound. We'll get you the rest of those numbers when we come back for the next half inning. Queens leads Staten Island 2-0 from the CSI Baseball Complex.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back from the College of Staten Island, where the Knights lead the Dolphins 2-0, entering the top half of the 3rd inning. Stepping into the box to lead things off for Queens, Anthony Fontana. Fontana 0 for 1 at the plate in this game, and he takes a called strike 1. That misses out of the zone for a ball. And the 1-1 is outside for ball 2. Rice beginning to work a bit more quickly here in the third inning. Here comes the 2-1. And that misses for ball 3.
Last 3 pitches right around the same area from Rice.
Here comes the 3-1. And that catches the inside corner. Count full once again. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. And that's on the inside corner for strike 3 called.
Great work by Rice in the mound to get the first out of the inning in strikeout fashion. It was a good battle at the plate by Fontana, but Rice gets the better of him, and that's out number 1.
That will bring Reed Hoskins to the plate. That sails up high for ball 1. Hoskins 1 for 1 with an RBI. Fontana ahead of him was 0 for 1, but drove in a run on a ground out. And Rice is quickly behind 2-0 against Hoskins here. Rice continuing to work very quickly on the bump. Here comes the 2-0. And that's up high for ball 3. Three and 0 on its way. And that catches the corner for a strike.
Well, we saw Rice come back in the last at bat. Let's see how he fares here.
And that is hit a mile high, well foul, and nobody is going to find that baseball.
That's going to be in the park somewhere next door.
That was hit a long way. Well foul. And once again, Rice has a full count. That's hit in the air on the infield. And the ball is dropped. That's going to be an E5. And you can see Rice a bit exasperated there.
Yeah, and it's the little things like that that really get you. And that can't happen. As now Queens could have been easy 2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins. Instead, now Queens with a runner on and 1 out.
See if they can capitalize as that's fouled away. Jorsix Jimenez at the plate. Jimenez without an official at bat. Was hit by a pitch his first time up. He's behind 0-1 in the count here. Hoskins, the runner over at first, was dancing around the bag after getting on last time. There he goes. And that's grounded foul. Rice finally getting a chance to work from ahead in the count here as he gets in front of Jimenez 0-2. That error, the first of the game for either team. And you could see when that ball was on the way down, the wind really took it, and that created a problem over at third base. And they'll check on Hoskins over at first. Long look in from Rice. Here comes the 0-2. And that breaking ball is fouled away. Count remains 0-2. Medium-sized lead at first for Hoskins. And Rice will check on him once again. With the bases empty, Rice was working very quickly. Has been forced to get much more methodical with a man on. Here comes another 0-2 pitch. That's it over to short. Nicely done by Cipoletti off a tough hop. And the throw to first is in time for the 6-4-3 double play.
What a play.
Well, I don't know about that one, Andrew, but that sends us into a break. We'll get another look at it as well. But I thought the runner was safe. Let's see. Going to be very tough to tell from our wide shot, but we will slow it down and do our best to get a look. That's if our system allows us to click and drag. There we go. Here's another look. This is at half speed. Nice play on the short hop by Cipoletti. We'll wind it back just a bit. Not sure if anyone at home can see what the baseball is, but that appears to be when the runner reached first base. We'll let our viewers be the judge, and we'll be right back as the Dolphins trail 2-0.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Ground ball to short. Opens up the home half of the first, or I should say the third, and the first out is quickly recorded as John Castiglione is retired on 2 pitches. And that will bring Nick Cipoletti to the plate. Nice play by Cipoletti in the field to bring the last half inning to a close. Ball really skips around on this infield here at the CSI Baseball Complex, as that is over the outstretched glove of the right fielder. At one hops the fence, and Cipoletti heads to third with a 1-out triple.
Wow, Cipoletti makes a great defensive play to close out the road third, and then comes in and opens, with 1 out here in the home third. He rips this one deep into right, takes a hop by the warning track, and Cipoletti standing at third with just 1 out and a big chance here for the Dolphins.
I couldn't believe how much that ball carried. That sets up the Dolphins with a runner on third and just 1 out. And that's lined into center field for an RBI base hit. Anthony Cetera chases home Nick Cipoletti with the first Dolphins run, and the Queens lead has been cut in half. They lead CSI 2-1.
Anthony Cetera wastes no time. First pitch, he rips it right into center field, shallow, and an easy RBI single, and the Dolphins are in this one. Now just a 1-run game.
Nicely done by Cetera, attacking the first pitch. And that's taken for a called strike by Michael Kehoe. Kehoe officially 0 for 1 at the plate. Behind in the count here, 0-1. And they will check on Cetera over at first base. That RBI for Cetera, his second of the season. And that one nearly hit Kehoe.
Yeah, right at his feet.
For Nick Cipoletti, that triple was his first. And that ball just kept carrying out to right field. The wind blowing in that direction, but not very strongly. Cipoletti didn't get much help, and we've seen it before. Cipoletti really has some serious power. Clearly to all fields, as we've seen him pull the ball over the left field wall, and that ball was driven all the way to the fence out and right. That's down in the dirt for ball 2 to Kehoe. And all of a sudden, Vaza struggling out on the mound.
He's making Estevez move behind the plate. At least in this at-bat.
Seemingly started with one swing by Cipoletti. Everything else had been fairly routine. As that's hit high in the air, shallow left center, 2 outfielders coming on, and the catch is made in center for the second out of the inning.
That looked like it could be danger.
I thought so. I said it before, here at the College of Staten Island, never take an out on a fly ball for granted. You just never know what kind of tricks the wind is going to play on any given play. Can't take those outs for granted. Siri wants in on the conversation, had to shut that down quickly. And Dominic Castiglione takes a called strike. Castiglione 0 for 1 in the game. And that breaking ball misses high. Interested to see if the Dolphins might look to run here with 2 outs. We saw the Knights do that earlier. Try and get a runner into scoring position with 2 away. And that ball gets away over at first. And Cetera will take second.
And that ball just kept rolling, too, off the glove, over at first. And it just kept rolling towards the fence.
Well, that's going to be an error on the pitcher. Low throw there for sure. First error of the game for Queens. Count now 1 ball and 1 strike on Castiglione. And he now has a chance for the runner in scoring position.
We just saw Estevez go out and have a word with Vaza over on the mound, try and slow things down for Queens here.
Big spot here for Castiglione. That's chopped on the ground to short. Throw to first in time, and Castiglione is retired for the final out of the inning. But not before the Dolphins get on the board for the first time. They cut the Queens lead in half. Our score, 2-1. Knights over the Dolphins heading to the 4th inning.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins have cut the Queens lead in half. Our score now 2-1 entering the fourth inning. We were discussing this during the break, and shame on us for not knowing. But for conference doubleheaders, Game 1, 9 innings. Game 2, 7 innings. As we had to confirm, we thought we had it right, and we did, but we had to make sure. As Andrew was the voice of reason, he was the one right on top of it. Had to remind Lewis, I would never make that mistake, right, Andrew?
No, not in my book.
Love to hear it. Leadoff base runner for the Knights here in the fourth. Leadoff base hit in the inning for Matt Phillip. At the plate now, Andrew Ramirez. He looked at a strike there as the count goes to 0-1. And that bunt was pulled back. One ball and one strike the count on the Knights' third baseman. Once again, Rice forced to work a bit more slowly with a runner on. And there's a swing and a miss by Ramirez for strike 2. I think the reason they were a bit confused next door is because the non-conference doubleheaders have been 7-7.
I see.
As that's line into left, and that's down for a base hit. Kehoe forced to play it on a hop, and the Knights have back-to-back singles to open up the fourth inning.
Well, the Dolphins had a little bit of an offensive strikeout on the board in their side of the third. Now in the fourth, Queens looking to make an answer as they get their first 2 runners on. Nobody out.
There's another look at that last base hit as it falls in front of Kehoe in left. Phillip moves up a base, and Queens now has 2 on and nobody out. Once again, the Knights looking to lay down a bunt as Estevez squared up on that last pitch. He takes ball 1. Estevez officially 0 for 1 at the plate. That sails up and in. Now something I have to double check from last year. I want to make sure that the series were the same format. Something else to look out for. Operating strictly on memory here, I don't remember playing 4 games in conference series last season, as that was foul tipped by Estevez. The count 2-1. And they did play 4 last year, but they played them, at least in some cases, over the course of over 2 doubleheaders. As that was bunted right back to Rice on the mound. He throws out the runner at first. Successful sacrifice. Moves 2 into scoring position. And there's 1 away for Queens.
Well, successful sacrifice is correct there, as Rice had to take a look around, see what he could do. Couldn't really do much, just had to throw down to first for the first out. And now runners at second and third with just 1 out in the inning for Queens.
Okay. I was correct, Andrew. They did only play 3 games last year. This year they're playing 4. So the conference series last year were 3-game series. This year they're 4, and I suspect that has to do with the loss of the University of Bridgeport. But that is speculation on my part.
Interesting.
Dolphins have the infield in all around, and having the infield in all around leads me to believe it's a 7-inning game. I'd be a bit surprised if the Dolphins brought the infield in for a game that's scheduled for 9. See if the decision pays off.
Makes sense. We're already in the 4th.
1-1 count. And the pitch from Rice is hit in the air. Out to straightaway right. Shallow. Runner heading home from third is Phillip, and he turns back as that throw skips over Vigliotti, and if Rice was not backing up, a run would have scored.
Yeah, great effort by Rice behind the plate there. Great awareness. And that keeps Queens from scoring. And now 2 outs. They had runners on, 2 runners on with nobody out, and now 2 runners on with 2 outs. Great job by the Dolphins.
That's good fundamental baseball by Rice. He was where he is supposed to be. No question about it. And in that spot, backing up the throw saves a run. That pitch misses down and away to Mark Cisco for ball 1. Cisco still without an official at bat. That was Jason Rodopoulos, who flew out to right just moments ago. Cisco at the plate now has walked twice. And he takes ball 2. First base is open here, but 2 very dangerous hitters looming on deck and in the hole. And Rice finds the zone with a strike. Long look in here from the CSI freshman. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. And that's hit sharply on the ground down the line for an extra base hit. 2 runs will score. Heading for second is Cisco. The throw is cut off, and Cisco drives in 2 as the Knights extend their lead to 3. Dolphins now trail 4-1.
And Cisco got a hold of that one. He drove that one straight up the left field line. And enough to bring everybody home. And now a 4-1 lead for Queens here in their side of the 4th.
That was a big out for CSI to get in that spot. Here's another quick look at that base hit down the line. As the first pitch sails up high.
Just unfortunate Dolphins had it going there as Queens early on had 2 runners on, nobody out, and then the Dolphins were really coming back to finish the inning out with 2 quick outs and some good defense.
And very quickly, Francis Segarra at the plate is ahead 2-0, and just get the feeling that at-bat could be a pivotal one in this game. Still plenty of time, but that's an out the Dolphins really would have loved to have. As now Rice is behind 3-0. I think something else to keep in mind is after scoring for the first time in this game and cutting the lead in half, there's a bit of a demoralizing factor to giving up 2 runs in the next half inning. And now Rice misses with 4 straight. Segarra draws the walk. And once again, there are 2 on base with Anthony Fontana stepping into the box.
And another dangerous batter for Queens in Fontana.
Rice has kept Fontana without a hit in his first 2 at-bats. Fontana did drive in a run back in the first with a ground out. He's ahead in the count here, 1-0. And the 1-0 is hit toward the middle. And Cetera can't knock it down as that rolls into right center field for a base hit. Throw comes into second. And Fontana slides in safely with an RBI double.
And that was driven hard right up the middle, just past second. Nice diving effort there, just couldn't make it. And that's enough to make it a 5-1 lead now for Queens. Really opening it up here now, 3 runs in the inning.
Here's another look at it. We kept the camera where it was to see if perhaps Cetera could make an impressive diving stop. Just couldn't get there. Great effort by the Dolphins' second baseman. Wasn't enough on that play. And the Knights now lead it by 4.
Fontana's second run batted in of the game. His first hit. As you mentioned, he had a run batted in on a ground out early on.
Cisco has 2 RBIs. Fontana has 2 RBIs. And the man at the plate, Reed Hoskins, has an RBI. As the Knights have jumped out to a 4-run advantage. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Queens left fielder. And the pitch from Rice is down low for ball 2. There is action in the Dolphins bullpen. Aiden Keelty getting warm for the College of Staten Island. Comes the 2-1. That's chopped foul. I think it goes without saying that the Dolphins really need this out right here. Can't afford to fall behind by much more.
As you mentioned, especially coming alive in that last half inning, cutting the lead in half. And then they came into this.
That misses down and away for ball 3. Not sure if we have an official pitch count on Christian Rice. I'll have to check our live stats. I don't think pitch count is tracked. It is not. We'll have to turn that on during the next half inning. That's hit in the air. Foul territory. And Weigel can't make the catch. He had a chance up against the railing.
Yeah,
That's
very
tough play.
Yeah, very tough play. It basically hit him in the shoulder, rolled up his arm. Inning will continue.
That was a big opportunity for the Dolphins to pick up the 3rd out. Rice will have to throw at least one more pitch here. 2 in scoring position, 2 outs. And the 3-2 breaking ball is up high for ball 4.
Just unfortunate is that now loads the bases for Queens. And as you mentioned, Joe, that was going to be a big out for the Dolphins. But instead, Queens find a way to keep it going. Bases loaded now for Jimenez.
Jorsix Jimenez, 0 for 1 at the plate, was hit by a pitch. His first time, retired his second time. Chance here to break this game open. Rice looking for a big 3rd out. And he misses high with the first pitch to Jimenez for ball 1. Want to know the count on the Knights' 3rd baseman. Another long look in from Rice. His pitch on its way. And that catches the zone for strike 1. The Knights now with 5 runs on 7 hits in the game. Dolphins plated their first run with a pair of base hits back in the 3rd. Comes the 1-1. That's down low. Dolphins certainly don't want to send a runner home on a walk. This is a big pitch for Rice here. Behind in the count, 2-1. And that misses away for ball 3.
Yeah, he needs to find the zone. As you said, don't want to bring another run home let alone on a walk.
Nowhere to put Jimenez in this spot. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-1 the count. And the pitch from Rice misses outside for ball 4. And I think that's going to do it for the CSI starter. Mike Morrow has emerged from the Dolphins dugout, and it appears as if he is going to make a pitching change. And with that, we will step aside and take a quick break. Pitching change coming for the Dolphins. They trail 6-1 in the road 4th inning.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Aiden Keelty has entered the game out of the CSI bullpen, and Keelty has been one of the most effective Dolphin pitchers this year. He's done a great job out of the CSI bullpen. We'll get you his numbers as he gets set to take over for Christian Rice. Rice on the hook in this game is responsible for all 3 runners on base, as the bases are still loaded with 2 outs in the top half of the 4th inning. For Aiden Keelty on the season, he's pitched to a .93 ERA with a 1.24 whip. He has appeared in 5 games, all in relief. He does have a save on the season. In 9 2/3, he's allowed 9 hits, 5 runs, only 1 of those earned. He has walked 3 and struck out 5. 37 opposing batters hitting at .243 against him. So the Dolphins going right to who has been, arguably, their most effective relief pitcher this year, as he is one of only a few Dolphins with an ERA under 1. However, of the other Dolphins who have an ERA under a run, neither has pitched more than 2 innings this season. So among qualifiers, Keelty, the team leader in ERA this year, and the Dolphins turn to him for a big out in this spot.
If anybody's going to stop the bleeding, seems like it's going to be him with those stats.
Matt Phillip at the plate here for the 2nd time in this inning. And he looks at a called strike 1. Phillip is 1 for 2. Got this inning started with a base hit. He takes inside. Four runs have come in to score here in the 4th. And that breaking ball from Keelty misses for ball 2. Two balls and 1 strike the count on the night's first baseman. And that's hit in the air, out of play, and into the seats. Foul ball.
Made a loud crash in an empty spot, the seating to our right.
Here comes the 2-2. And that swung on and missed for strike 3. Aiden Keelty comes out of the Dolphins bullpen and picks up a huge strikeout of Matt Phillip to bring the top half of the 4th inning to a close. But the Knights get on the board 4 more times. They now lead it by 5. Our score, 6-1, heading to the home half of inning number 4.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time, it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Dolphins trail 6-1 entering the bottom half of the fourth inning. When this inning started, Dolphins trailed 2-1. Fourth spot by the Knights. Breaking this game open. And Shendi Ulaj will look to get things started for the Dolphins as he chops the first pitch to third. Throw to first in time. 1 pitch, 1 out for Dean Faza on the mound.
And Ulaj in attack mode there to open this inning, wasting no time. He wants to get the Dolphins right back in this, and unfortunately, over there at third was Ramirez to make the grab and the throw down to first for the first out.
Dolphins went down 1-2-3 in the first, went down 1-2-3 in the second, had a couple of base hits, and scored their first run in the third. They quickly make a 1-pitch out here in the fourth as A.J. Vigliotti looks at ball 1. That's hit well out to left, but barely having to move was Hoskins as he makes the catch for the second out.
And that ball was hit right to Hoskins as if it was a magnet. As you said, maybe he had to move a step to grab that. 2 up, 2 down quickly for the Dolphins, their side of the fourth.
Just 3 pitches thrown so far by the Knights left-hander Faza. And that's in for a called strike to Vincent Weigel.
Faza. Excuse me, Joe. Go ahead. Faza officially pitching in this game. Just 40 pitches now.
You do have a pitch count? Lewis turned it on?
I have a pitch count.
Very nice.
It says 39. And I'd assume that was the 40th.
That's lined out to right center field, and that's down for a base hit as it gets by and rolls out to the warning track. That will probably go down as a single and an error in the box score, but right now that goes on the board as a base hit.
And that was a screamer off the bat, right into center. That'll fall. As you said, I think there was an error on that as well.
Here's another look. Tough to see. That ball skipped through in center field. But the Dolphins now have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the bottom half of the fourth. Opportunity here for Tyler Martinez to chase home a run. And he looks at a strike. That hit the third of the game for the Dolphins. And Martinez chops one toward third. And that nearly handcuffed the third baseman there. Good recovery by Ramirez to throw out Martinez for the final out of the inning. And the Dolphins are turned aside in the fourth. CSI still trails 6-1 as we get set to begin the fifth.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet as we get set to begin the fifth inning. Aiden Kilty back to the mound for the Dolphins. His team trails by 5, and Dolphins will need him to give them some quality innings out of the bullpen. He picked up a big third out back in the fourth.
Yeah, bases were loaded. Queens were rolling. They had 4 runs in that fourth inning. Kilty comes out on the mound, bases loaded, gets that big strikeout to end the inning.
At the plate for the Knights to open up the fifth is Andrew Ramirez. Ramirez in this game 1 for 2. Count even here at 1 ball and 1 strike on the Queens third baseman. And that's it for a called strike 2. That's chopped softly to third. And Weigel's throw is scooped by Ulaj over at first. Nicely done by the Dolphins' corner infielders.
Yeah, great play by both Weigel and Ulaj. Weigel had to run up from third, make the scoop in the grass, and he had to make the throw down to first, in which Ulaj had to make a scoop as well. The Dolphins get it done for the first out.
There you got another look at that play. As Kilty is quickly ahead of Teovaldo Estevez 0-1. That's hit in the air, out to right center. That ball carries out toward right field, and Martinez makes the grab on the run.
That was scary. Martinez, at the last second, had to make a little pivot there out in right center, as that ball has been carrying quite a lot in this game so far.
Wind blowing left to right. You might be able to see the American flag in the wide shot here very quickly. As right now we're having some technical issues. Our camera is not switching. See if we can get that addressed in a moment. As Rodopoulos steps into the box for the Knights, and he looks at ball 1. That finds the corner for a strike. Probably impossible to see, though. Looks like I can pick it up on the screen. Out in left field, you see the American flag blowing left to right. As that's hit in the air, out to shallow right. That ball carried a long way as Martinez once again makes the catch for the final out of the inning. The Knights go down quickly, 1-2-3 in the road fifth. Dolphins come to bat, trailing 6-1 when we return.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are back for the bottom half of the 5th inning. Dolphins looking to claw their way back into this game, trailing by 5 runs. Our score 6-1, Queens over Staten Island. CSI will have 7, 8, and 9 due up in the home half of the 5th. This third of the order got it started back in the 3rd when the Dolphins scored their lone run. John Castiglione at the plate first, and he looks at that pitch down in the dirt for ball 1. Castiglione is 0 for 1 at the plate. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that misses badly for ball 2.
Good start for Castiglione, ahead 2-0, and behind him is Cipoletti and Sutera, as you said. The ones who got the scoring all started back in that 3rd inning.
Castiglione quickly ahead here, 3-0. And if you're Faza, the one thing you don't want to do is issue a leadoff walk. And he gets that pitch over for a called strike.
That just got over.
That was a get-me-over fastball. Castiglione taking all the way. Here comes the 3-1. And Castiglione thought he had ball 4. Instead, the count runs full.
He was ready to throw that bat. Held it at the last second as he saw the call from the home plate umpire.
We may have a center field camera one day, as that's lined into left field for a base hit, and Castiglione is on with a leadoff single.
Big leadoff single for Castiglione is now Cipoletti, who'll come on, who had that triple in his last at-bat back in the 3rd. And he was driven home by Sutera, who's up after him. So a big chance here for the Dolphins to get back into this game.
Well, it looks like we may have an obstruction in our field camera. We'll have to check that out during the next break. Looks like we may have some debris in the bottom left-hand corner. I'm not sure if you can see it, Andrew, but that is not a shadow on the field. There's something in the way of our camera. So we'll take care of that.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure what's going on there, but I will address it during the next break. As that's chopped over to 3rd. Throw to 2nd for 1. And the throw to 1st is just in time. 5-4-3 double play. Erases the leadoff base runner, and there are quickly 2 gone.
Yeah, unfortunate play for the Dolphins, but a great scoop in the dirt there by the first baseman, Matt Phillip, to finish off that double play. And just by a step, he got Cipoletti.
We've seen some good defensive plays from the corner infielders on both teams today. Right there, the Knights pick up a couple of outs, and very quickly, there are 2 gone in the home 5th. Anthony Sutera at the plate for the Dolphins here. Singled home the only CSI run his last time up. And the 1-0 catches the inside corner for a called strike. It looks like whatever debris was in the way of our camera has corrected itself, so that's good. This press box has been known to be the home of many insects, and a lot of the time, that is what obstructs the camera.
I was just going to say, could have been a bug.
One year we had a hornet's nest outside of the booth, and several times per game, we would have bees, wasps, whatever was residing in that nest, blocking the camera. Sutera grounds out to short to bring the 5th inning to a close. Faza faces the minimum thanks to a 5-4-3 double play, and the Dolphins still trail by 5, 6-1, heading to the 6th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I want to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back here on the ECC Network as the 6th inning is about to get started from the College of Staten Island. Queens leading CSI 6-1. For the Knights, 2, 3, and 4 due up as Mark Cisco chops that one foul. Cisco at the plate is officially 1 for 1. He scored 2 runs, driven in 2 runs, walked twice, and one of his base hits was a double as that ball skips to the backstop. Six runs on 7 hits, 2 errors for Queens College, 1 run on 4 hits, and 1 error for the Dolphins, as that is lined straight into the glove of Ulaj over at first.
Well, good heads-up play by Ulaj over at first. Had to look up and see that quickly right off the bat. It's basically right to him for the first out.
Francis Segarra is the batter. Segarra is 1 for 2 in the game. Has scored 2 runs and drawn a walk. And he looks at a called strike. That skips in for a ball. Much like Rice, Keelty working very quickly with the bases empty. Refreshing to see, as that's in for a called strike 2. Now, I got a chance to talk about it with Nick earlier in the season. Andrew, what are your thoughts on the new pace of play rules in Major League Baseball?
I don't like the clock. I can tell you that much.
I despise it.
I think that takes away from the whole essence of the game. What is baseball?
Baseball is a 3-hour game, typically. When you go to a Major League Baseball game, a lot of the time, it's a 3-hour experience. That one's lined foul. Now, you have to wonder as well, with the game being drastically shortened, I guess the amount of commercial breaks are still the same, so they probably don't lose ad revenue unless they're doing reads during the game. But the ad reads during the game don't take that much time, so I would guess they're not going to lose too much money. I think if anyone suffers, it's the teams, as the games are shorter, meaning spectators may spend less money. I wouldn't be shocked if teams begin to raise ticket prices. You shave 45 minutes off a game, that's a lot of money you're losing.
Absolutely.
As for me, I get my all-you-can-eat seats. I get 45 minutes less at the buffet. Can't have that, as that ball's crushed foul. Well out of play. Season starts on Thursday. Can't wait. We'll be at Yankee Stadium a couple of times next week to see my Phillies take on the Yankees. Dolphins will be back home here on Friday. We'll have coverage of that game here on the ECC Network. Be sure to tune in for that as well. As that's hit on the ground to short. Handled nicely by Cipoletti. And he throws out Segarra for the final out in the top half of the 6th. Make that the second out, as I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. 2 gone. There are 3 outs in an inning. The foul ball didn't shake me up that much.
Well, Cipoletti once again had to track that down, as that took a little bit of a weird deflection on the infield. Nonetheless, Cipolletti tracks it down with the glove and makes a good throw over to first.
And Anthony Fontana rips a base hit into right field. Didn't even get a chance to set the camera back to the batter's box, as Fontana rips a 2-out single. And Reed Hoskins will be the batter. Fontana is now 2 for 4 with that last base hit. He has a couple of RBIs as well.
Another dangerous batter here, at least in this game, with Reed Hoskins. 1 for 2 with a walk. Also a run batted in as well.
As a Phillies fan, very hard not to instinctively say Rhys Hoskins.
Even for a non-Phillies fan.
Especially when it says R. Hoskins in the box score. Hoskins ahead here. 2 balls and no strikes. And the pitch from Keelty is in. 2-1 the count now. Fontana not showing any signs of looking to run over at first yet. And he will hold up on that pitch in the dirt. Count runs to 3-1. Keelty checks the runner at first. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. That's up high for ball 4.
Unfortunate, Keelty loses control a little bit there, and that's going to keep the inning going for Queens. And Jimenez comes up 0 for 1 at the plate so far in this game with a walk.
That walk forced in a run, if I'm not mistaken. That was back in the top of the 4th inning. That's chopped foul. Down the third base line, out of play, and into the Dolphins bullpen. Once again, the Dolphins in a position here, but they really need this out. Can't afford to see this deficit grow any further as we get later in this game. That's it on the ground to short, and Cipolletti flips to Cetera at second for the final out in the top half of the 6th. The Knights strand 2 on base. Their lead remains 5. Our score 6-1, headed to the bottom half of the 6th inning.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back for the home 6th inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins trail by 5. And we'll have the top of the order due up here in inning number 6. If there was ever an inning for the Dolphins to try and mount a comeback and get started in that area, it would be this one. Kehoe, Castiglione, Ulaj due up for the College of Staten Island. Dean Faza still on the mound for Queens. He's pitched very well in this game. Had a small hiccup in the 3rd and hasn't allowed anything since. Kehoe fouls that pitch away, and the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Comes the 1-1. That's down in the dirt for ball 2. I started to get you the numbers for Faza earlier in the game. Had to stop at the innings tally, but at 15 2/3 coming in, he'd allowed 20 hits, 16 runs, 12 of those earned. As he misses there with ball 3 to Kehoe. He'd walked 6, struck out 9, allowed 5 extra base hits, 64 opposing batters hitting at .313 against him, entering action today. As Kehoe takes strike 2. Spectators didn't like that one much. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that's hit on the ground to short. That ball handled, and the throw is just in time to get Kehoe. One away for the Dolphins in the 6th. And Dominic Castiglione will be the batter. Now, if you think you hear Andrew's voice over public address, you do. Andrew had to slide over into the room next door in relief of Nick Bavona. Just a couple of batters. Nick will join me on the call for Game 2 as he returns to the booth. And Andrew will pick his headset back up and rejoin me here on the broadcast. Welcome back, Andrew.
Thanks, Joe. Going back and forth a little bit. Using my voice now in all kinds of ways here.
Jack of all trades. Public address, broadcasting, engineering. We do it all here on Sportsnet. As Castiglione lines out to left, and there are quickly 2 away. That will bring Shendi Ulaj to the plate. Ulaj is 0 for 2. That's fouled back. Top half of the Dolphins' order, 1 through 4, without a hit today. And the commentator's jinx strikes again, Andrew, as Ulaj delivers. And he's on with a 2-out single.
It's always right after you say it, too.
It is.
It's never wasting any time, that commentator's jinx.
I know what I'm doing over here.
That was ripped right into left center to keep the inning going for the Dolphins. And I sit there by Ulaj.
I assure our viewers we're impartial, but we're also very self-aware here in the booth.
Correct.
Ulaj on with a 2-out base hit. And that will bring A.J. Vigliotti to the plate. And Vigliotti takes in the dirt for ball 1. Vigliotti 0 for 2 thus far. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's off the inside corner for ball 2. Dolphins in search of a 2-out rally here. Faza looking for 6 innings of 1-run ball. And the 2-0 misses for ball 3.
Good spot for a rally here for Vigliotti, up ahead 3-0 in the count, with Ulaj standing at first.
Wouldn't be shocked if he took all the way. And he swings at the 3-0 pitch as that's chopped foul. How about that?
Not something you see too often on a 3-0 pitch.
Vigliotti certainly capable of making this a 3-run game with 1 swing. Count now 3 balls and 1 strike on the Dolphins catcher. And he sends one back through the middle for a base hit. And that gets away in center. Both runners will advance. Vigliotti into second standing. And the Dolphins now have runners on second and third with 2 outs.
And that was Jason Rodopoulos out at center, who basically just kind of kicked that ball. It went off, I believe it went off his glove initially, and then it rolled down, and he kind of just kicked it away from him.
That's the second time today that a misplay in center has afforded the Dolphins an extra base on a play. Really tough to see what was going on out there in center. with the wide shot, but now the Knights are going to have a conference on the mound, and we'll see if that leads to a pitching change. There's no action in the bullpen, so I doubt it, unless they bring somebody in out of their dugout. And we'll get a bit of a closer look at that conversation from our infield camera, as the Dolphins now have a chance to make this a 3-run game with a base hit. Vincent Weigel will be the batter. He's 1 for 2. And this is a very big at-bat for the Dolphins in this game. CSI now with 6 hits. The Knights now have 3 errors. And the home plate umpire heads out to the mound to break up the conversation. It was a lengthy one.
Yeah, home plate umpire wanted to see what was going on.
2 away, home 6th inning. When the action resumes, Vincent Weigel will be the batter. Ulaj stands over at third. Vigliotti stands over at second. First pitch from Faza on its way. And that misses for ball 1. Still no action in the Knights' bullpen. This inning belongs to their starting pitcher.
Faza, though, definitely having some trouble finding the zone in later stages of this inning. As yet again misses.
Went after Weigel with a 1-0 breaking ball there. Hot hitter stands on deck in Tyler Martinez. Big day for him on Friday. Would love to get a chance with the bases loaded. Comes the 2-0. And that's chopped toward the right side. Phillip has it on the backhand. He sets. Throws to first. Just in time. And Andrew, I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure about that
one. If the
one.
first baseman was on the bag. And they're going to ask for help on this one from the infield umpire. We'll get a look at it. I'm not sure how good our angle is, but I think Mike Morrow has a case here. We're going to start this one with the runner halfway down the line and see if we can get a good look. We'll slow it down to about quarter speed. Here's a look. And the call is overturned.
Wow.
How about that? And I think they got it right.
I think they got it right, too. I don't think the first baseman was fully on the bag.
I'll tell you, it is impossible to make that out on the replay. But I think they got it right. So the call is overturned, and that's going to create a problem on our scoreboard. So we're going to have to try and get that fixed. Hopefully someone in the building knows how to take care of that. As for the Dolphins, that goes down as an infield single. That hit for the Dolphins is number 7. The score is now 6-2.
Ulaj did come home.
We actually cleared our scoreboard as well, so we'll reset that. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Tyler Martinez at the plate. The Dolphins trail by 4. The inning continues, and the Knights, rightfully, are upset there with that call being overturned, but I think they did get it right. It looked like the first baseman was not on the bag, though it wasn't the first baseman covering. I think it was the pitcher covering on that play. I don't think Faza had his foot on the base. And Martinez is quickly in a 2-strike hole. That misses down and away for ball 1. Comes the 1-2. And that's swung on and missed for strike 3. Big strikeout for Faza on the mound as he bounces back in a big way right there, straining 2 on base. The Dolphins settle for 1, and our score is 6-2, headed to the 7th.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Welcome back for the 7th inning of play here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail by 4. As they got a little bit more offense, they plated a run on 3 hits in their side of the 6th. Is almost a double play, or almost that quick play at first was that seemingly ended the inning, was overturned, and the Dolphins came back and extended the inning a bit. Now we're here in the 7th. Phillip leads off for Queens. Queens leading it 6-2. Welcome back, Joe.
Thanks for holding it down while I was gone, Andrew. We had to adjust our in-house scoreboard to reflect the correct run total for the 6th inning. We had to wind it back to the 6th as we had that overturned call at first base. As you said, Matt Phillip leads things off. He's behind 0-2. And he looks at a pitch in the dirt for ball 1. That overturned call yields the Dolphins a run in the 6th. They now trail by 4. Faza did a great job to bounce back and strike out Martinez as Phillip has another hit. That's down the line into the left field corner. And Phillip is at the second base standing with a leadoff double.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Dolphins, that rolls deep enough down the left field line. Enough for Phillip to advance up to second with a leadoff double.
The Knights just keep hitting. That's hit number 9 for Queens. At the plate here.
Every time the Dolphins come alive offensively, seems like Queens finds an answer.
Andrew Ramirez looks at that pitch high for ball 1. 6 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for the Knights. 2 runs on 7 hits, 1 error for the Dolphins. And Ramirez gets drilled with that pitch.
That was right in the back of the right shoulder. And you said it, he was drilled. That was a hard pitch right to the shoulder. He had to shake that one off. He takes his walk down to first.
Beats getting hit in the ribs. I would know.
It does. It does.
I would know, though. I got hit by a fly ball, which had lost some steam. He got hit by a fastball.
Yeah, a little different.
2 on, nobody out. And that pitch misses outside to Teovaldo Estevez. Estevez 0 for 2 in the game. Did lay down a sacrifice bunt earlier.
It's number 22, Danny Gargano, warming up in the Queens bullpen.
Both runners going and both runners steal on that pitch down low. And now the Knights have 2 in scoring position. Gargano, as much of a closer as you will see on any team. If you take a look at his numbers, he has been money for the Knights all season long.
And while you have that, on the other hand, in the Dolphins bullpen, Nick Velarde warming up.
Gargano yet to allow a run this year. So that's skied foul. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Queens catcher. And that's it out to left. Kehoe settles underneath it and makes the catch. And his throw is cut off. The runner holds at third.
Great throw back in. Holds Phillip at third.
That will bring Jason Rodopoulos to the plate. Rodopoulos 1 for 4. Has a stolen base. Has flown out 3 times. And he takes ball 1. Comes the 1-0. And that is ripped. Fair ball down the line. 2 runs will score. Rodopoulos heads for second. He's in standing with a 2 RBI double. And the Knights now lead at 8-2.
We've seen it a few times. That ball just stay fair as it's ripped down the left field line. And fortunately for Queens, they had 2 runners waiting in scoring position. They bring another 2 home and extend their lead to 8-2 here in their side of the 7th.
Every time the Dolphins have scored, the Knights have had an answer. This time in the form of a 2 RBI double. 2 runs home in the inning. And that pitch misses down low in the dirt to Mark Sisko, who is ahead in the count 1-0. Rodopoulos now 2 for 5 with a couple of RBIs. Sisko at the plate, already 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. And he takes out of the zone for ball 2. There is action in the CSI bullpen as Kilty steps off and takes a look over towards second. Here comes the 2-0. That's down in the dirt. The runner is headed for third. And Rodopoulos, with a light jog, is in standing. Kilty now behind 3-0 on Sisko as well. Dolphins infield is in. And that's off the inside corner for ball 4.
Yeah, Kilty having trouble now finding the zone, and now you see Coach Morrow come out. And there may be a pitching change here. It looks like there will be.
New pitcher coming on for the Dolphins. We will find out who it is after this brief commercial break. The Dolphins trail 8-2, 1 out in the top half of the 7th inning.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
New pitcher for the Dolphins is Nick Velarde, who comes on with a couple of runners on base. 1 out here in the top half of the 7th inning. Velarde, one of the Dolphins I mentioned earlier, who was not among qualifiers to lead the team in ERA, but is not allowed to run. Velarde so far this season, in 2 innings, has allowed 3 base hits, but no runs.
Just what they need. No more runs allowed. Already 2 in this inning. 8 on the board for Queens. And Dolphins came alive offensively again in their side of the 6th, adding a run, making it a 4-run game. And once again, it was the Knights to come right back with an answer here. They chase Keelty out of the game. Let's see if Velarde can get the Dolphins out of trouble here. Just 1 out in the inning still.
Batter will be Francis Segara. He comes to the plate with runners on the corners and 1 away. Knights now lead it by 6. First pitch from Velarde is on the inside corner for a called strike 1. If I'm not mistaken, we saw Velarde pitch against Bloomfield earlier in the season. Could be wrong about that. I'll have to double check the stats, but I think that's his lone outing this year.
Making quick work on the mound so far.
Count 2 balls and 1 strike now on Segara, the Knights shortstop. He's 1 for 3 at the plate, and looks at ball 3 right there.
Just missed high for ball 3. 3-1 count for Segara, who's 1 for 3 in the game.
We did not see Velarde pitch. He pitched against Caldwell on the road, as that misses up and away for ball 4.
Segara gets his 2nd walk of the game as the first batter faced for Velarde. And Queens will keep it going here.
Well, Anthony Fontana, not the man that Velarde wants to face without an empty base. And Fontana made a bid for a grand slam on that swing. Fontana is 2 for 4, 2 RBIs, has doubled, struck out, and grounded out. Has a single as well, and the count evens up here at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Bases are loaded now with just 1 out in the inning, too.
And that sails up high for ball 2. Velarde got ahead 0-1, has now missed with 2 straight, and that puts him in a tough spot.
Fontana's already driven home 2 of the 8 runs in this game for Queens.
And he's now firmly in the driver's seat, ahead in the count, 3-1. Nowhere to put him for Velarde. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. And that is headed off the window. You've got to be kidding me.
That one was almost to me.
If that window had been open, it would have hit off the window pane. We're going to close this window just a bit more. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. And that sails up high for ball 4. See, I don't enjoy calling the game with a window pane in my face, but what we've seen today is not normal.
In not even 7 innings of baseball.
I think I'm going to nominate myself for this year's Iron Dolphin Award. There was such a thing last year. We'll see if it comes back. Bases still loaded, 1 out. Dolphins trail 9-2 now following the bases loaded walk. And the first pitch to Reed Hoskins is on the corner for a called strike. Hoskins is 1 for 2 with an RBI. He's already walked twice. And that misses up high. Velarde comes set. Here comes the 1-1. And that misses low. You have to think the Dolphins will do all they can to preserve pitching for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. But if Velarde issues another walk, how much longer can you let him go without putting somebody up in the bullpen?
Yeah, there's not even anybody warming up right now. It's still just that one out in the inning with the bases loaded.
Despite 10 runs allowed, the Dolphins pitching staff as a whole did a pretty good job on Friday. There were some miscues in the field that I mentioned during the pregame. Those didn't appear in the final box score, but Stephen Kalika in relief did a very good job. Ran into some trouble in the last inning as that pitch hits Hoskins right in the numbers, and Velarde has forced home another run. And you can hear a pin drop here at the CSI Baseball Complex right now. It is silent out there.
And not the way you want to go out of this game either. I mean, another 4-run inning for Queens here. Make it 10 runs in the game now.
Well, Mike Morrow saw what I saw, and there is action in the Dolphins' bullpen right now. I think you give Velarde every opportunity to get out of this inning, but if he forces in another run, you would have to think he's not getting more than one additional batter to get it right. That's fouled away, and Velarde gets ahead 0-2.
Ryan Fiore warming up.
At the plate for the Knights here is Jorsix Jimenez. He's in a 2-strike hole, and he takes down in the dirt for ball 1. One and two the count on the Queens right fielder, and that's hit well down the left field line, but just foul. Count remains 1-2.
That looked like another one straight down the line, and this time Ben's just foul.
Big story in this game is going to be the free passes issued by Dolphins pitching. 9 walks, 3 hit batters. Dolphins being out hit just 10-7, but they're being outscored by 8. And that's what walks and hit batters will do to you. That's fouled away. And it's been a clean game in the field for the Dolphins, just the one error. If you looked at the line minus the runs, you would think the Dolphins are in pretty good shape. But not so, as that misses high for ball 2.
And you see 3 errors on the board for Queens and 7 hits for the Dolphins. You'd think that they'd score a little bit more. Their score would be a little higher, but
I've said it so many times in the past. As that's hitting the air out to right. That ball is carrying toward the fence. Martinez stumbles toward the warning track, and it falls for an extra base hit. 2 runs are in to score, and a 3rd run is held up at third as the brakes are put on by Hoskins. It's a 2 RBI double for Jorsix Jimenez, and the Knights now lead at 12-2.
Well, Jimenez absolutely drills this one, and we see another ball that stays up in the air, gets some hang time. As that one drifts all the way back to the track and bounces up off the top of the wall. Martinez had to track it down. By that time, 2 runs were already in to score. Queens now up 10 on the Dolphins here in the 7th.
And that ball just kept carrying. Once again, Velarde gets ahead in the count here. Matt Phillip at the plate. Vigliotti does a good job to keep that one with him. That swung on and missed. And Velarde, once again, is a strike away from a punch-out. Big question right now for him is whether or not he has that put-away pitch. Got ahead, 2 strikes on Jimenez, couldn't put him away. That's fouled straight back.
Well, these foul balls have me flinching a little bit more today since that one came through the window and hit you right in the midsection.
That's one I won't soon forget, in more ways than one. I'll have the mark to prove it for quite some time. As the 1-2 pitch is on the outside corner for strike 3 called.
Finally, Velarde comes through with a big out in strikeout fashion as he gets Matt Phillip looking for the second out of the inning.
That will bring Andrew Ramirez to the plate. And Ramirez swings and misses for strike 1. Ramirez 1 for 3, has scored 2 runs. As the door slams shut down the hall. Velarde now ahead, 0-2 on the Knights' third baseman. 1 strike away from bringing this inning to a close, and that won't do it, as that's into the right center field gap for an extra base hit. It's tracked down in center, but not before 2 runs come in to score, and the Knights now lead it 14-2.
That one was hit hard on a line right down center field. And once again, over the heads to bring home another 2 runs.
Good 2-strike hitting there by Ramirez. And he put a charge into that one, but the wind certainly helped. As initially off the bat, I thought Castiglione might have a play, but that ball just kept carrying out toward right center field as the wind took it. And you can see on our wide shot right now, the flag really moving out there in left center field.
Yeah, at first, right off the bat, as you said, it looked like it was hit line straight to center field, and then it ended up in right center. That wind playing a big factor in the outfield.
Knights now have 14 runs on 12 base hits. Keep in mind, this is game 1 of 2. As that pitch misses down and away, Vigliotti had trouble finding it for a second. That misses for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs with a runner on second. And that run will come in to score as that's lined into shallow left center. And the Knights have scored for the 15th time as Ramirez comes home. And Queens leads Staten Island 15-2.
And another unfortunate hit as that was just out of the outstretched reach of Cipoletti at short. And over his head into left center for another base hit. And as you said, 15 runs now for Queens.
Well, that was off the end of the bat as that skied out to fairly deep left field, but well foul.
9 of those 15 runs coming here in the top of the 7th for the Knights.
For Queens, 2 in the first, 4 in the fourth, now 9 here in the 7th. As they've really broken this game wide open. That swung on and missed by Jason Rodopoulos for strike 2. Once again, Velarde a strike away from getting out of the inning. Comes the 1-2. And that's down in the dirt, blocked by Vigliotti. Well, I said it before. You can hear a pin drop here in the CSI baseball complex right now. It has fallen eerily silent. Certainly not what we expected after a close game on Friday. As Velarde picks up the strikeout, and that brings the top half of the 7th inning to a close, but not before Queens scores 9 times. They now have 13 hits in the game, and they lead CSI 15-2, heading to the bottom of the 7th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves. Our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back for the home half of the 7th inning. Dolphins will give some of their reserves an opportunity at the plate as Nick Campese will step into the box, and he takes a big cut on that pitch. Strike one. Campese will hit for John Castiglione, who got the start as the Dolphins' designated hitter. Count even on Campese here at 1 ball and 1 strike. That's fouled away. Dean Faza still going on the mound. Lewis thought I somehow missed the pinch hitter. Shame on him.
You? No.
Never. As that pitch misses for ball 2. Joe Solito in the on-deck circle for the Dolphins. Behind Campese, who takes high. Well, I said it at the top of the broadcast. One of the great things about baseball is that you get a chance to rebound very quickly following a tough loss. As Campese draws the walk, and barring a late Dolphins rally, they will be looking to rebound from a tough loss in Game 2, but they get that opportunity about 30 to 45 minutes after this game ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of put this one to the side and get your head into the next one.
Now, the deficit wasn't 13, but as we saw earlier in the week over at softball, you know, do not write the Dolphins off too early.
That's right.
They trailed by 8 over at the softball diamond, scored 9, and ended up winning 9-8. Solito made good contact there, but he lines out to left, and there's one away.
And we believed it was the commentator's jinx.
We didn't believe. We knew. We took full responsibility for that win.
It was not only that game, but that half inning that we were mentioning. Close games, who was on for which close game.
So, Andrew, when's the last time you called a close baseball game? Trying to will it into existence. All for the sake of our viewers at home. Though I'm sure fans of Queens are very happy with the score as it stands. Dolphins have a lot of work to do as Jake Myers will get a chance here as a pinch hitter. Myers started the season as the Dolphins' everyday second baseman. Got off to a bit of a slow start at the plate. He's ahead in the count here, 1-0. And he's hit by the pitch.
Right in the lower back. Takes that one. Dolphins have runners at first and second now, just one out in their side of the seventh.
And we're going to have another pinch hitter here.
Michael Crocco.
That is Michael Crocco. So Crocco comes to the plate with 2 on. 1 out here in the 7th. I can hear them trying to figure out the string of pinch hitters coming up next door.
As can I.
All that separates us is a very thin wall. The question is, can they hear us? Doesn't sound like it, as Crocco looks at strike 2.
Well, I'm not sure about that, Joe. Is when I went in to do some public address a few innings ago, Lou had asked me, what did you say to Joe at this time? About something. So they could have been listening in on some conversations.
Comes the 0-2 pitch. And that gets away and rolls all the way behind the Dolphins on deck circle. Both runners will move up a base. And the Dolphins now have 2 in scoring position with just 1 out. And an RBI spot for Crocco. Sees him hitting with 2 in scoring position. Lefty on lefty here. Dolphins with that many left-handed bats. As Crocco held up. The Knights didn't think so, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, nobody on the Knights side thought so.
You could hear a collective gasp from the Queens dugout along the first base line. New life for Crocco. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's hit in the air. Out to shallow left. Down the line. Could be trouble. And on the run, the catch is made. Nice play by Segura, charging over from short. He had to go a long way to get that ball.
What a play by Segura. He had to go from short all the way into foul territory that was in left field. That was incredible.
Well, I'm not sure if he was in the range of our camera. Let's see. And no, he wasn't. But we can assure you he did make the catch. There are now 2 away in the inning. And Christopher Riley will be the batter. That pitch, once again down in the dirt, blocked nicely by Estevez. There is action in the bullpen for both teams. 2 throwing for Queens and 1 throwing for Staten Island. You said it was Fiore down there earlier. I believe that's still the case. As that's lined into shallow center for a base hit. 2 runs will score. And Christopher Riley delivers a 2 RBI single. And that will make it 15-4.
Nice to see the Dolphins not folding in and not giving it to Queens so easily. Down 13 runs here into the 7th. It's not easy to continue to battle, although Dolphins doing a great job of it here as they pick up a 2-run RBI there, and it's an 11-run ball game now.
And Thomas Martin will get a chance here as a pinch hitter as he looks at that first pitch up high. Much to our chagrin, Martin has changed his walk-up music. No more like a G6.
Surprising.
I know Nick will be very upset about that.
I'm kind of upset about that.
That's popped up. Foul territory, and Estevez makes the catch, leaping into the netting.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that catch? And that will retire the side. Nice play behind the plate by the Knights catcher. And the Dolphins will have to settle for 2 in their half of the 7th. CSI trails 15-4 when we come back for the 8th inning.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
New pitcher into the game for the Dolphins in the top half of the 8th inning. Queens leads Staten Island 15-4. The Dolphins get 2 runs back in the bottom half of the 7th. As some of the CSI reserves get an opportunity with the team trailing by double digits. There could be some more changes in the field. I'm trying to spot them. Good luck to Lewis at the stats desk. As the new pitcher for the Dolphins is Ryan Fiore. This is his second appearance of the season. He's pitched to a 5.4 ERA, a 1.8 whip. In an inning and 2/3, he's allowed 2 hits, 2 runs. 1 of those were earned. He's walked 1 and struck out 1. 6 opposing batters, hitting .333 against him.
Michael Crocco is now in left. Lou did get that change as I'm looking at the live stats.
The pinch hitters, I'm sure he got. No problem. The question is, did anybody else come out of the game? Martin at first. Myers at second. You said Crocco was in left. Any other changes on the left side of the Dolphins infield?
Christopher Hayes is on at third.
Yes. Hayes is at third.
And Joe Solito is at short?
Yes. Did they make any changes in the outfield is the question. We know we have Crocco in left. Martinez got the start in right, and Castiglione got the start in center.
Christopher Riley's in center.
Okay, so Castiglione is out. You have good eyesight, huh?
No, Lou has all the changes.
Oh, Lou has the binoculars.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. And that pitch catches the outside corner.
I have the opposite of good eyesight.
Mark Cisco at the plate for the Knights. Still officially 1 for 2. Has scored 3 runs and has walked 3 times. And that's chopped foul. Three and 2 pitch on its way from Fiore. And that's on the outside corner for strike 3 called.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one, Joe, but I think Dolphins got away with one there.
I think in an 11-run game, that's a call we're going to see.
Yeah, not surprising.
And that pitch misses up high. Francis Segura is the batter. Outside of changing pitchers, no changes yet for the Knights. Their starting lineup still in the game, despite a large lead, as that's it for a called strike. Comes the 1-1. And that's lofted on the infield in foul territory where Martin makes the catch for out number 2. And that will bring Anthony Fontana to the plate. Fontana 2 for 4, 3 RBIs, and walked. I believe that walk was in his last at bat, as that swung on and missed for strike 1.
I think you're right, Joe.
That's the one thing that our live stats lack accessibly, is what each batter did at bat by at bat. You have to go to the play-by-play and sort it, as Fontana looks at strike 2. Fiore 1 strike away from a quick 1-2-3 inning. He comes set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And that swung on and missed for strike 3. Nicely done on the mound by Fiore. He sets the Knights down 1-2-3. And we head to the bottom of the 8th. The Dolphins trailing 15-4.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Bottom of the 8th inning, just getting underway from the CSI Baseball Complex. Knights lead CSI 15-4. New pitcher into the game for Queens, as Ben Nosevich will come on. For Nosevich, this is his second appearance of the season. He's pitched to a 13.5 ERA with a 4.5 whip. In his lone outing, he lasted just 2/3 of an inning and allowed 1 run. It was earned. Did not allow a hit, but walked 3. 2 official opposing batters without a hit against him. So very limited sample size for Nosevich. He also had 3 wild pitches in that inning. So he will look to regain his command and has a big opportunity here to get things right in the game with his team leading by 11.
And we've seen how quickly things can change in both softball and baseball. Let's see what the Dolphins have in store for their final 2 innings here.
And A.J. Vigliotti takes well inside for ball 1. Vigliotti 1 for 3 in the game. Now, we did clarify, as you see, we're still playing here in the 8th. This game, of course, will go 9 innings, as that's chopped foul. But the rule is, typical rule is anyway, non-conference doubleheaders, 7 innings, 7 innings. conference doubleheaders, 9 innings, 7 innings. Our first 2 doubleheaders of the season hosted at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park featured a pair of 7-inning games. Vigliotti ahead in the count here, 2 balls and 1 strike. And that misses for ball 3. Comes the 3-1. And that is ripped straight into the glove of the shortstop Segura for out number 1.
That ball right on a line, right to the glove of Segura at short. Brings up Christopher Hayes to the plate.
First at bat of the day for Hayes. And on deck, Angel Santiago will get his first at bat of the day. And Hayes looks at a strike. And that skips in for ball 1. That pitch not even close.
Estevez took a step off the plate, took a step back, had to scoop that.
Hayes 4 for 14 on the season. Comes in hitting at 286 as he looks at ball 2. Here comes the 2-1. That misses low. Dolphins have a lot of position players who are worthy of being in the starting lineup on a game-by-game basis, and they don't have enough positions for them. A lot of Dolphins who have been major contributors on this team in the past, not starting, as Hayes draws the walk. It's a good problem to have. However, this is not the situation where you'd like to see them get a chance, trailing by 11. Angel Santiago will be the batter. Now, was it Santiago who had the incorrect walk-up song last year and SpongeBob SquarePants started playing over the speakers? Was that last year?
I don't remember that.
No?
No, I don't remember that.
Maybe it was 2 years ago. Santiago behind 0-1 here. And that misses for a ball. Comes the 1-1. And that's hit in the air out to right. That ball will carry. And the catch is made on the move and right by Jimenez for the second out.
Jimenez is able to stay underneath that as we've seen that ball drift out in that outfield all day long.
And that will bring Nick Campisi to the plate for the second time. Campisi walked in his first at bat. And he looks at ball 1 right here. That pitch catches the corner for a called strike. Campisi takes ball 2. As Nosevich works quickly out on the mound. His team 4 outs away from a 2-0 season series lead against the Dolphins. And Campese will keep this inning going just a bit longer as he grounds a base hit through the middle.
That one was hit real hard off the bat. You heard it. That was a loud crack off the bat, right up the middle for a base hit for Campese to keep the inning going. And Salido now will have his second chance at the plate in this game.
Dolphin reserves who have come in as replacements later in this game, getting multiple at-bats. That's certainly one positive to take away from this game. But like I said before, this is not the situation where you'd like to get him those plate appearances, but he'll take them where you can get them for now. And Salido looks at strike one. And that's through the 5-hole of Estevez. That rolls all the way to the backstop, and the Dolphins now have two in scoring position again.
Yeah, Dolphins inching their way up here, trying to get closer in this game. As another pitch gets away from Estevez at the plate. Runners in scoring position here for Salido. Wind picking up.
Just a bit as that catches the inside corner for a strike. And that one travels to the backstop once again as a run will come in to score.
Yeah, Christopher Hayes comes on home from third for the Dolphins' fifth run of the game as another pitch from Nosevich gets down and away from Estevez and travels all the way to the backstop and costs them a run.
And that is swung on and missed for strike three. So Salido goes down swinging. The Dolphins do score a run on the wild pitch, and their deficit is now back to an even 10 runs. We head to the ninth. Queens over Staten Island, 15-5.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back for the ninth inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. 10-run lead for Queens. 15 runs on 13 hits, 3 errors for the Knights. 5 runs on 9 hits, 1 error for the Dolphins. Colin Diaz, the pinch hitter for Queens in this spot, as the Knights will begin to empty their bench a bit. And he's quickly in a 2-strike hole.
Well, you mentioned it before, Joe. Dolphins' offense is there. They have 5 runs on 9 hits in the game. And the fielding is there as well. Only 1 error in the field. It's just been the walks and the hit by pitches that have been the biggest problem in this game for the Dolphins.
Something you really have to keep in mind during game ones of doubleheaders as well is that teams typically, if they fall behind, as is the case for the Dolphins today, won't go to their best available relievers out of the bullpen. So Aiden Keelty was the first option for the Dolphins out of the bullpen. They were very much in the game at that point. But once they fell behind by nearly double digits, they went to relievers who haven't logged as many innings this year. So Velarde, who had only pitched a couple of innings, came in. Fiore hasn't pitched much. He came in for the second time this year. And the same goes for Queens. They have a big lead. And Nosevich very likely won't finish the year with that many innings, but he got his opportunity here today. And Queens very likely still has a lot of pitching left, as do the Dolphins. So those crooked numbers up on the scoreboard, in part, are a result of that, getting some pitchers into the game who haven't pitched much. And we'll have another pinch hitter for the Knights in this spot, as Joey Patain will come on. And he looks at ball 1. Comes the 1-0. And that misses down and away for ball 2. Patain on the season, 3 for 6. Has had success in a small sample size. And he just got a piece of that one as he fouls it down into the dirt. Two balls and 1 strike, the count on the Knights pinch hitter. And that pitch is off the outside corner for ball 3. I don't think there's any doubt this inning belongs to Fiore, regardless of what happens. Dolphins bullpen is dormant. There is action in the Queens bullpen, as that's lined into left field for a base hit. Patain thought about second, takes a big turn, but he'll stop at first.
And a great at-bat by Patain. Took the first 2 pitches for 2 balls. Fouled one off, took another ball, and then rips one into left for a base hit. And that'll bring up Zavala Rios. Alex Zavala Rios with 1 out and 1 on.
And the first pitch he sees is lined foul. Zavala Rios also comes in, hitting .500 in a small sample size. 1 for 2 at the plate this season. He's behind in the count here, 0-1. And that pitch is in for a called strike 2. As we mentioned earlier, Game 2 of today's doubleheader expected to get started between 30 and 45 minutes following the conclusion of Game 1. And early on, this game was flying as Fiore deals strike 3 there. Zavala Rios didn't like it.
Number 12, Joseph Corneal.
Very unhappy with the call as he walks back to the dugout.
Two away now in the road 9th. And that pitch is in for a called strike. Well, you can see the Queens hitters who are getting their first chance at the plate today a bit exasperated with the strike zone. Joseph Corneal at the plate. First at bat of the day for him, and he takes inside. Had to spin out of danger there. I should have taken some notes.
Perhaps.
Here comes the 1-1. That's hit in the air Out to shallow right center. Who's going to make the play? Nobody. As that falls in for a base hit.
You had the center fielder, the right fielder, and the second baseman all running towards shallow right center, and it falls between all three of them for a
Nothing
base
the
hit.
Dolphins could do there,
Yeah.
but the wind certainly played a role on that one.
Very tough.
Patain goes first to third, and the Knights now have runners on the corners. Still 2 out in the inning. And that pitch is out of the zone for ball 1. Teovaldo Estevez at the plate. He's 1 for 4. And the 1-0 is chopped on the ground to short. Short flip to second in time for the force out, and the side is retired. Queens strands a pair. They lead by 10, heading to the bottom half of the 9th inning.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Jake Myers will lead off the bottom half of the 9th inning for the Dolphins. CSI down to their last 3 outs, trailing by 10. Stephen Castro, the new pitcher in the game for Queens. For Castro, this is his 5th appearance of the season. As that's lofted down the right field line, and the basket catch is made in right field for the first out of the inning. That might be Patain out there now in right.
I think it is. That's number 10.
You're right.
Patain had to run to that. That was a good effort by Patain.
Wanted to be sure.
Race over towards the right field line. He's able to make the grab. 1 pitch, 1 out for the Dolphins here in the bottom of the 9th.
1 quick out in the inning brings Michael Crocco to the plate. Crocco looks at his strike and takes a called strike 2. And Crocco looks at that pitch away. He's 0 for 1 at the plate. This is second at bat. Came on as a pinch hitter earlier in the game. Dolphins began to empty their bench back in the 7th. Here comes the 1-2. And that misses down and in. That's hit sharply on the ground toward the middle. Backhanded stop over at second base is made, and the throw to first is in time.
Mark Cisco makes good grab. That was hit hard on the ground to Cisco, and he had to keep control of that. Does a great job of doing so. Throws it over to first, and Dolphins are down to their final out of the game.
You said it, Andrew. Crocco hit that ball well. It's a loud out nonetheless. And Christopher Riley will be the batter. He looks to call it strike. Riley singled home 2 runs his last time up. And that pitch misses outside. Before we sign off at the conclusion of this game, I want to talk a bit more about the CSI Hall of Fame induction ceremony that will take place next month. We do expect more information about ticketing to become available in the near future. That should be sorted out this week. But the date of the event has been set for quite some time now. I believe it was back in January that it was decided April 20th would be the date of our CSI Hall of Fame Class of 2023 induction ceremony. We'll speak a bit more about that following the final out of this game, as Thomas Martin looks at that pitch low for ball 1. And they'll check on the runner over at first. Riley dives back in safely. That's hit in the air. On the infield. And the ball game is over. Martin pops out to second. And that will do it as the Knights defeat the Dolphins for the second straight game. They take game 1 of today's doubleheader by a final score of 15-5. Get you a look at the final line score for this game. For the Knights, 15 runs, 15 hits, 3 errors for the Dolphins, 5 runs on 9 hits, and 1 error. And Andrew, for this Dolphins team, after they lost by just 1 run on Friday, this result has to be disappointing, but there are still some positives to take away from this game for the Dolphins. They did hit, albeit not as much as they needed to, but 15 hits for the Knights. Another great offensive game for them. They've been in double digits in hits in both games against the Dolphins this year. CSI has to figure out a way to get some big outs against this Knights offense.
Yeah, and we've alluded to it several times today, and you know, a major difference in gameplay between these two teams today was the walks allowed by the Dolphins. You know, you can't allow that many men on base, and you can't hit that many guys with the ball, obviously, and it's, you know, to allow that many runs to come home off that. They allowed 9 runs just in the 7th inning. So too many runs. And we did see the fielding was pretty good for the Dolphins. Just 1 error in the field. Queens, you know, they had their chances. They got 15 runs despite that. So Dolphins are going to have to find ways to limit the scoring and to limit the men on base.
Well, taking a look out toward the left field corner, it looks like John Esposito is stretching. I would assume that means he is in line to start Game 2. That has not been confirmed, but the Dolphins ace looks to be getting loose out in left field. It does appear he will pitch in the second game of today's doubleheader. So we have that to look forward to here on CSI Sportsnet. I did mention before that before we sign off for Game 1, I wanted to mention that this year's CSI Athletics Hall of Fame Class of 2023 induction ceremony will take place on April 20th, 2023. It will be my privilege to serve as the MC at this year's Hall of Fame induction ceremony as Joe Barresi, Tony Petoza, Pat Daddio, Caitlin Flynn, Melissa Gilardi, and Jordan Young will be inducted into the CSI Athletics Hall of Fame. Ticketing information is set to become available this week. So for everyone who is looking for tickets to the Hall of Fame this year, that information will be posted to CSIDolphins.com this week. We do expect that ticket purchases will be accepted via check or via the Hometown Ticketing app. If you attended any of our basketball home games this year, you can check out the Hometown Ticketing platform there, once tickets become available. If you did not check out Hometown Ticketing yet this year, we will have ticketing information for our Hall of Fame event posted on csidolphins.com, complete with a link to the Hometown Ticketing platform. We invite all fans of CSI Athletics, friends and family of the inductees to join us this year as the event will be held in Building 1R here on the campus of the College of Staten Island. There are many reasons behind the changes to this year's ceremony, which has been delayed now over 2 years. We very much look forward to honoring this year's inductees, and as I mentioned before, I look forward to hosting this year's event, at least in part, as that will take place on April 20th. We invite all of our viewers watching at home to join us. Once again, ticketing information to become available this week. As for today's broadcast, Game 2 is coming up next here on the ECC Network. We figure that we'll have about 30 to 45 minutes in between games as the Dolphins get set to take on the Knights in Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. Nick Bavona joins me on the call for that. Until then, this has been Joe Foreman. Alongside Andrew Rotundo, we had the call of Game 1. Nick and I have the call for Game 2 when we come back here on CSI Sportsnet. And welcome back inside the CSI Baseball Complex for Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the College of Staten Island Dolphins and the Queens College Knights. Once again, this is Joe Foreman on play-by-play, joined for Game 2 on color commentary by my broadcast partner, Nick Bavona.
Joe, it's great to be here for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Dolphins really got to, let the game get away from them in game number 1. Not strong pitching for them overall. And you saw in the first couple of innings in that game, they really, swung after the first 1 or 2 pitches from the Knights starter, Faza. So realistically for the Dolphins in this game, they're going to need to take a lot more pitches in order to, work some at-bats, get some runners on base, and maybe potentially at least split this doubleheader today.
Well, as I mentioned at the end of Game 1, it will be John Esposito getting the start for the Dolphins here in Game 2. Esposito is making his 5th appearance and 4th start of the season. He's pitched to a 4.71 ERA with a whip of 1.71. He's pitched to a 1-3 record this year, has a complete game, and in 21 innings he's allowed 26 hits, 12 runs, 11 of those earned. He has walked 10 and struck out 20. 79 opposing batters hitting .329 against him. So opposing hitters have had a lot of success against Esposito this year, not something we're accustomed to seeing.
Yeah, and in his last start, he went 6 innings, allowed 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, 3 walks, and 6 strikeouts. He'll need a good outing here today in order for the Dolphins to get that win. The Dolphins will realistically need him to go 5-6 innings potentially in order to, ease up on the bullpen and not have, force them to get in early on as we saw accustomed to Game 1.
In the field for the Dolphins, A.J. Vigliotti at first, Anthony Cetera at second, Nick Cipoletti at short, Vincent Weigel at third. In left field, Anthony Iraci. In center, Dominic Castiglione. In right, Angel Santiago. Behind the plate, Michael Kehoe. And on the mound, John Esposito. Once again, it will be Jason Rodopoulos leading things off for Queens College. The Knights coming off a 15-run performance in Game 1. First pitch of Game 2 on its way from Esposito. And that's up and away for ball 1. The win for Queens in Game 1, their 8th in a row.
Yeah, Queens has been red hot right now on the season, and that's including the game that we had just this past week with them, in which were down 9-5 going into that final inning, scored 5 runs and 1 on a walk-off wild pitch. So a lot of luck has been going away of the Knights, and they had a really good performance in Game 1. They'll look to continue that here in Game 2.
1-1 pitch on its way from Esposito. And that misses for ball 2. Something Andrew and I spoke about during Game 1, a lot of free passes issued by Dolphins pitching. At one point, had 9 walks, 3 hit batters. They clean that up. They may have been in a much better position as Esposito misses with ball 3.
And early on, a 3-1 count for Esposito. And as you said, Joe, they're hoping to not have that same formula that they had in Game 1 where, as you said, a lot of walks, a lot of hit by pitches, and it led to a 15-run performance for the Knights.
At the plate, as I mentioned, Jason Rodopoulos. He was 2 for 6 with a couple of RBIs in Game 1. That's hit in the air, back behind home plate, into the stands, foul ball.
Well, we're going to have to be very, very careful after that last game. We had a couple hit just right here in the commentator's desk. You had one go right off your ribs.
If it weren't for the Mac
you would have been
in front of me, I would have caught it.
Right.
And it wouldn't have been a problem.
Right.
But the computer looked like it was about to take the hit. I'm thankful it didn't, but I couldn't track the ball into my chest as Esposito issues a leadoff walk.
Always have to be careful with the electronics here at the College of Staten Island. So you made the right play, but it did come at a certain cost. We'll have to see, how you fare after.
How I recover.
Right.
Well, I'll say this. When we close all of the windows, the audio sounds very bad.
Right.
So we hate to close the windows as Esposito gets that pitch over for a called strike. Mark Cisco at the plate here, but if all of the windows are closed, the audio comes through very poorly. It sounds like we're in a glass box, which effectively we are at that point.
Right.
It also doesn't pick up any of the sounds of the crowd outside, which is a big part of the broadcast.
And we have a very good crowd out here today on a sunny Sunday afternoon.
Great weather here on Staten Island today. Can't ask for much better baseball weather in March. There's a big swing and a miss by Cisco for strike 2.
Esposito will look to get that third pitch strike and get the first out of this inning after issuing that leadoff walk.
We have all the equipment out of the way, so none of it is in the path of the open window. I think we'll be good here in the second game. I'm not worried.
Fingers crossed.
That one sliced foul once again. Last time John Esposito pitched on this field, he struck out 18. That was against Lincoln last season in the Dolphins finale.
And we were on the call for that game. That was one of the better performances we've seen here at the College Side Island.
Esposito in his 5th year with the Dolphins. That, of course, includes the 2020 season, which was cut short. And the 1-2 is fouled away yet again. Very wisely, it doesn't appear there are any spectators parked in the front 2 rows behind the bleachers. Smart move.
Right.
Count remains 1-2 on Cisco. Pitch from Esposito on its way. And that misses. Just missed.
A lot of comments from the home faithful. They were not happy about that call. We heard a couple of comments in the first game, too, with the strike zone. So let's see if that's an indicator for the rest of this game.
Well, as Andrew and I suspected, late in a 10-run game, the strike zone may have grown just a bit. As once again, that's sent foul. I don't think either team wants to see a game like that again, with the strike zone growing as the lead grows, unless, of course, they're on the positive end of that lead.
Right.
As a commentator, I think we prefer a close one, as once again they'll check on the runner at first. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cisco. Knights forcing Esposito to work hard early in this game. And that pitch is on the inside corner for a called strike 3.
Cisco was not happy about that strike 3 pitch, but that's a huge first out for CSI and John Esposito. As you said, Joe, he's worked in the count a lot early on in this first inning. The Knights have forced him to throw a lot of pitches, so that's a big first out for him. Now looking to maybe force a double play ball here to get out of the inning.
Good front door breaking ball from Esposito there, and you said it, Nick. A double play could now bring the inning to an end. As that's hit on the ground to short, diving stop by Cipolletti. Throw across the diamond, not in time.
Great effort from Cipolletti on that play. Just a very tough way to get the throw to first. Almost got it in time, but unfortunately it's an infield single for the Knights, and now they got first and second with 1 out.
Infield single for Francis Segarra will bring Anthony Fontana to the plate. Fontana had a nice game in Game 1. That's chopped foul. Fontana in the first game was 2 of 5. A walk, 3 RBIs, a run scored. Behind in the count here, 0-1. And Esposito's pitch misses high. The lineup here in Game 2, almost identical to Game 1. A couple of changes in the bottom third of the order. The top 6 still the same for Queens College, as that sent foul.
Now Esposito 1 strike away from a big out number 2, as they still have a runner in scoring position for the Knights with first and second.
Rodopoulos, Cisco, Segarra, Fontana, Hoskins, Phillip, Diaz, Ramirez, Berrios, the starters for Queens College, 1 through 9 in Game 2, as that throw to third is not in time. It's a double steal for the Knights as Fontana strikes out, and there are 2 away.
Well, nonetheless, a great out number 2 for CSI. Keogh almost got the throw in time to third base, just a little bit short. But now 2 outs for the Dolphins. They're 1 out away from getting out of the inning. First base is open, so a walk necessarily would not hurt them in this situation. But Esposito will look to get out of the inning to try to keep it scoreless.
The open base, definitely something to keep in mind as Hoskins looks at a called strike. In game one, Reed Hoskins only 1 for 2, walked twice, and had 2 RBIs. And you can see just through the first few hitters in this order and how they performed in game one. Walks clearly a problem for the Dolphins in that game. Esposito opened this game with a walk, but has regained his composure nicely and is now 1 strike away from a scoreless first.
Let's see if he tries to make Hoskins chase on this pitch.
And the 0-2 is on the outside corner for a called strike 3. John Esposito picks up a strikeout of Reed Hoskins to bring the top half of the first inning to a close. The Knights strand 2 on base, and we have no score headed to the home half of inning number 1.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex for the bottom half of the first inning. No score between the Dolphins and the Knights. After a leadoff walk and an infield single, John Esposito strands 2 in scoring position, and the Dolphins will have their first opportunity against Christopher Neuronis.
Yeah, great job by John Esposito to get out of that inning. It looked like early on he was going to get into some trouble, but he got 2 strikeouts to end the inning. Now the Dolphins will look to pounce here in the bottom of the first inning and get the first runs of this game, as Michael Kehoe will lead off for CSI.
Starter for the Knights, Christopher Neuronis, comes in having appeared in 3 games, all starts. He's pitched to a record of 2-1 with a 3.86 ERA, a 1.71 whip. In 14 innings, he's allowed 16 hits, 9 runs, 6 of those earned. He's walked 8 and struck out 11. 54 opposing batters hitting at .296 against him. As he misses with his first pitch of the game for ball 1 to Michael Kehoe. Kehoe 0 for 3 in game 1. A rare 0 for Kehoe, who's off to a red-hot start. And he takes a strike on the outside corner.
Neuronis in his last start with his best start of the season against Bloomfield College. 6 innings, 6 hits, allowed 2 earned runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. So Dolphins will have to try to hit him early on. But Kehoe swings and misses on that one and is now down 1-2 in the count.
And how about the versatility of Kehoe playing left field in game 1, catching in game 2? As that's hit well into the right field corner, and that is a foul ball.
Just by a couple of inches on that one. Kehoe almost gets a leadoff. Probably would have been a triple on that play.
No doubt.
So, unfortunate break for the Dolphins, but still 1-2 in the count. So Kehoe will look to keep the at-bat alive and try to get a runner on for CSI.
To Kehoe's credit, he was busting out of the box immediately. Not much of a choice there on a shot like that toward the right field corner, but the wind certainly didn't help him in that spot.
And we've seen the wind today. It's been a factor on a lot of fly balls, especially in game 1 of this doubleheader. So far, could play a factor again here in game 2.
The wind blowing left to right here at the CSI Baseball Complex today. That is the norm. And the 1-2 is swung on and missed by Kehoe for strike 3.
They start for Neuronis early on with a early strikeout, as now Dominic Castiglione comes to bat.
Castiglione was 0 for 3 in game 1 as well. And he looks at ball 1. Not often you see Kehoe and Castiglione combine for no hits in a game. That's fouled away.
That's just a great job by the Knights pitching to get the top of the order for the Dolphins out. We saw in the first game, Vaza went through the first 7 batters, retired 7 up, 7 down, up until the Dolphins got their first hit and first run of the game.
And the 1-1 is lined through the middle for a base hit. Castiglione with his first hit of the day gives the Dolphins their first base runner, as another miscue out in center field allows Castiglione to take an extra base.
We saw that in game 1 with Dopolis. He had a bobble, and it led to CSI taking advantage of getting an extra base. It happens on this play again for Castiglione. Instead of a single, he now goes to second on the error. So now Santiago comes up to the plate with an RBI opportunity.
What is going on out there in center field? We'll get another look at it quickly. That ball just got through him in center. Didn't see anything out of the ordinary except the ball getting under the glove. As Angel Santiago takes a big swing and a miss for strike 1.
So Santiago entered the game late in game number 1 as a pinch hitter. Now gets to start here in game number 2.
Here comes the 0-1. That skips in for a ball. Santiago got 1 at bat, as you mentioned. Came in as a pinch hitter off the Dolphins bench. He was 0 for 1. It's getting a bit chilly out here at the CSI Baseball Complex. The wind beginning to blow into the booth. And the 1-1 is chopped on the ground. The Knights hoping it rolls foul, and it does.
And that's a great play at third base by Andrew Ramirez to let that one go foul. Otherwise, Santiago would have had a chopped infield single down the third base line.
Well, he clearly had no other option on that play. That ball was chopped about 20 feet in the air off the bat. Santiago now behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 is blocked nicely down in the dirt. Good block by Berrios behind the plate. That keeps Castiglione at second for now. Here comes the 2-2. And that misses for ball 3.
We saw in game 1 a lot of pass balls for the Knights for Estevez. So now a catching change here in game number 2. So far has paid off, but we'll see how the game progresses.
3-2 the count on Santiago. Neuronis looks towards second. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that misses for ball 4.
Great at bat by Santiago to work the count full. He now gets on first base. Now first and second for the Dolphins with A.J. Vigliotti coming up to bat.
Vigliotti once again batting out of the cleanup spot. He was 1 for 4 in game 1. Big opportunity here for the Dolphins in the first inning. First pitch to Vigliotti on its way, and that misses for ball 1.
Vigliotti was the only Dolphin starter to stay in the full game. He goes from catcher to first base here in game number 2, so a long day at the College of Staten Island for A.J. Vigliotti, but has a chance for an RBI right here.
He's ahead 1-0. And Neuronis will take a look towards second. Comes the 1-0. And that misses badly for ball 2.
Now Noronis in dangerous territory here. Down 2-0 in the count. First and second. Only 1 out. A walk here would load the bases for the Dolphins.
Vigliotti in the driver's seat here, ahead 2-0. And that pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike. That was a big strike for Noronis on the mound as he looks to get back into this at-bat. He checks second once again. Here comes the 2-1. And that misses for ball 3.
And now if you're Vigliotti, you got to make sure to check the pitch here. Do not want to be chasing anything that could be potentially ball 4. As you said earlier, he's in the driver's seat now with his 3-1 count.
Vigliotti can afford to look for his pitch here. The count is 3 balls and 1 strike. And that pitch is in for a called strike 2.
Big strike number 2 for Noronis. Now full count, 1 out, first and second. Big pitch coming up here for Vigliotti as Noronis tries to get out number 2 here in the first inning.
Payoff pitch coming, and that's line foul. The count remains full on the Dolphins' first baseman. Designated hitter Shendi Ulaj stands in the on-deck circle. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. That almost hit him. That's ball 4.
Another good at-bat for CSI in this inning. Vigliotti now gets on first base. Bases are loaded for the Dolphins. 1 out. Shendi Ulaj has a great opportunity to get the first runs of this game with a single or even a walk here in this at-bat.
That will bring Shendi Ulaj to the plate. Huge first inning RBI opportunity for him. Bases loaded, 1 out. And the first pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike.
Noronis definitely looking for a double play ball to get out of this inning and keep it scoreless at 0 going into the second.
Ulaj hopes to avoid that. He was 1 for 3 with a run scored in game 1. And he looks at a ball down and away. Here comes the 1-1. That's inside for ball 2.
And Rose has to be careful on this next pitch. Another ball would force the count 3-1 for Ulaj. So a great opportunity for Shendi here.
Ulaj firmly in control of this at bat, ahead 2-1. And he looks at that pitch low for ball 3.
And now definitely in the driver's seat here. Noronis needs a strike here, or else it'll be a walk and a run for the Dolphins.
But you said it, Nick. The Dolphins were in attack mode on the first and second pitch in game 1. Extremely patient here in the first inning of game 2 as Ulaj hits one out to deep right field, and that is over the glove of the right fielder, Hoskins, and it lands on the warning track. 2 runs are in, and the third runner is held up as Santiago stumbled, and he is tagged out at the plate.
Santiago could not go back to third because Vigliotti was on the bag. He had no choice but to run home. So an unfortunate second out for CSI, but they do get 2 runs on the board and take an early 2-0 lead off the double from Shendi Ulaj.
I think that was a miscommunication over at third. The back runner was being held up, and I think Santiago misread the sign as him being held up. We'll take another look at the replay here and see if we can catch it. It looked like Vigliotti was being held up, and he was. Santiago misread that as him being held up, and that cost the Dolphins a run. The score is 1-0, correct?
I think you're right.
Well, they got to fix that.
Right.
There it is.
Yeah.
And that's hit into left field for a base hit. 2 runs will come in to score, and Vincent Weigel has delivered a 2 RBI single to to put the Dolphins ahead 3-0.
Well, Joe, they could put that run back up on the board with that 2-run single from Weigel. A 3-spot here in the first inning for the Dolphins. And they're looking to attack now with Anthony Iracy coming up to bat.
And we'll get a look at that swing by Weigel a second time right here. He ripped that one into left center field. 2 runs score easily on the play. Ulaj going on contact with 2 outs, and the Dolphins lead it by 3.
And now an early mound visit for the Knights. A 3-spot for CSI, and Iracy looking to keep the inning going and attack, get more runs for CSI as they look to take game number 2 of this doubleheader.
Dolphins off to a nice start here in the second game, but we've seen it in each of the first 2 games between these 2 teams. Queens can certainly score. So the Dolphins will, of course, look to take every opportunity they can to add on to this lead. And Anthony Iracy will be the batter. Still 2 outs here in the first inning. Dolphins with 3 runs on 3 base hits in the inning. The Knights did commit an error out in center field, but that error ultimately not making a difference thus far. It allowed the runners to advance an extra base earlier in the inning. Still no action in the Queens bullpen as Iracy fouls that pitch away. Iracy did not play in Game 1. Comes in hitting .313 on the season, 5 of 16. So he's fared well in a small sample size as that's fouled away. And into the seats.
We saw a couple of at-bats from him at the Ferry Hawks when the Dolphins were playing those 2 doubleheaders. So we got a couple of at-bats from him. Gets to play here in game number 2, looking to keep that batting average up over 300.
I said it before during Game 1, the Dolphins have a lot of capable position players, and sometimes it's hard to get them all in the lineup. As Iracy is hit by the pitch.
And now another RBI opportunity for CSI, and now this time for Anthony Satera.
Satera had an RBI base hit in Game 1. That came early on. Looking for another early game RBI right here. Dolphins have put together some good at-bats in this inning. Satera hopes to continue that trend with 2 on. And he hits one sharply on the ground to short. That's handled, and the throw goes to second for the force out, as that will retire the side. But not before the Dolphins score 3 times in the opening inning. They lead Queens 3-0 after 1 from the CSI Baseball Complex.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Top half of the second inning getting started from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins have jumped out to an early 3-run lead. Knights had a hit in their half of the first. Stranded 2 in scoring position. The Dolphins with 3 hits in their half of the first. And they score 3 times as that's lofted out to shallow right center. And on the run, the catch is made by Castiglione.
Nice job to track that one down by Castiglione to get a 1-pitch, 1-out here at the top of the second inning. But as I talked about earlier in the pregame, the Dolphins in Game 1, they realistically swung at it for every first and second pitch. And that's kind of a reason why, the Knights got through that game and were able to pitch well to their ability. This game, we've seen the Dolphins take a lot of pitches, and it's led to that 3 spot in the bottom of the first inning.
A lot of good at-bats in that first inning, as I mentioned before. Matt Phillip opened the second inning for the Knights with a 1-pitch out on that pop fly to right center. And that will bring Colin Diaz to the plate.
So Diaz also entering as a pinch hitter in game number 1. Now gets to start here in game number 2.
Count even on the Knights left fielder at 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's it out to left center. Shallow. Castiglione on the run, comes in, and he makes the catch for the second out.
Castiglione is earning his steps so far here in the second inning. Has tracked down the first 2 outs of the inning. And an early, quick start for Esposito here in the second inning after a somewhat long first inning for him. He's an out away from a 1-2-3 top of the second.
Castiglione has good range out in center field, plays a strong center field for this Dolphins team in a very tough facility. As Andrew Ramirez takes a called strike 1. Ramirez in game 1, 2 for 4, 2 RBIs, 3 runs scored. And he looks at a called strike 2. Esposito on the verge of a lightning-quick second inning here. Here comes the 2-strike pitch. And the commentator's jinx strikes again as that falls into left center field for a base hit. And Ramirez has a 2-out single.
Good job by Ramirez to keep staying alive in the count. He was 0-2, gets a nice single, into left center field. And now, 2 outs. The Knights will look to keep the inning going as they try to trim this deficit.
Does it ever fail, Nick?
It does not fail.
Rarely does the commentator's jinx ever fail.
Happened a couple times in game number 1.
Esposito checks on the runner. And I thought they had him.
And the CSI home faithful definitely thought they had him.
Have to say I agree. That was some move by Esposito. So quick that I couldn't even change the camera. And he finds the zone with a strike. Nick Berrios at the plate, getting his first at-bat of the day. Did not play in game 1. And again, Esposito checks on the runner. This is something I spoke about at length last year. Early in the season, the Dolphins struggled to contain base stealers. Late in the season, they were great at it. Esposito was one of the few Dolphins pitchers who managed the running game well all along. As that's chopped to short, nice play by Cipolletti, who goes the short way to second, and the side is retired. 1 base runner reaches against Esposito. He is stranded. The Dolphins lead 3-0, heading to the bottom half of the second.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Nick Cipoletti will get things started for the Dolphins in the home half of the second inning. His team leading 3-0. And there's a big swing and a miss by Cipoletti for strike one.
A very good first inning for the Dolphins bats. 3 runs on 3 hits.
That one's fouled straight back. Cipoletti officially 1 for 2 with a run scored in game 1. Quickly finds himself in a 2-strike hole right here. And he just gets a piece to stay alive.
It's going to be what Rose needs to do here in the second inning. We saw a very long first inning for him, and it led to the Dolphins attacking and getting those runs. He's looking to get a quick out number 1 here in the bottom of the second.
And Cipoletti looks at a called third strike. Strikeout for Neuronis to open up the home second inning. And there's quickly one away. And you said it, Nick. Long first inning on the bump for Neuronis, and then a very short time in his dugout during the next half inning. As that pitch misses high to Michael Kehoe for ball 1.
Usually when you have long innings like that and you go into the dugout, you want to, try to forget about some of that, that happened in that previous inning. But because of how quick the second inning went, he had to come right back out on the bump, and now we'll have to try to, fix the mistakes that he had in the bottom of the first inning.
Neuronis working very quickly right now as he misses with ball 2. I can't imagine how long the first game would have gone if the pitchers were working at a normal pace. Pitchers for both teams working fast, as that's down for a base hit. Hoskins got caught halfway, didn't really know whether to make a break on that ball or not. It falls in front of him for a single.
We saw Kehoe earlier in his first at-bat, almost had a triple down the right field line. This one, he hits it into right field, and you said it, Hoskins just couldn't really read the ball on that play, and it leads to a one-out single for Michael Kehoe.
After this next pitch, we'll get a second look at it and see if you can spot what Hoskins initially did out in right field. And they'll check on the runner. So we'll get a look at it very quickly right here. Though once again, with the wide shot, it may be really tough to tell what happened out there in right. You may have caught the tail end of it as they check on the runner Kehoe at first once again. And they check on him again. So in the major leagues, would he be on second base right now? Is that the third pickoff or the second?
That was the second.
Second.
I'm trying to think, what is the new MLB rule for that?
Stupid. As that's in for a called strike. I think the new rule is on the third pickoff. If you don't get the runner out, he gets second base.
Right.
I don't care what the rule is. It's dumb.
Noted. Joe is not a fan.
I'm just not a fan of changing rules that have been long-standing in the game forever. In basketball, I hate the new take foul rule, and I'm in the minority on that one. I hate the rule. That's a part of the game. As that's hit in the air, out to left center. Ball hit a mile high, and the catch is made for the second out.
Rodopoulos again having a little bit of trouble with that one in the sun, but he's able to snag it down for the second out of the inning. As Santiago now comes up to the plate with 2 outs with a runner on first.
Second at bat of the game for Angel Santiago, who walked his first time. One of 2 consecutive walks issued to the Dolphins in the first inning. And I think Neuronis is going to keep a very close eye on Kehoe here.
Kehoe on the season is 1 for 2 in steal attempts, so chance here maybe for him to get into scoring position for Santiago.
Dolphins not a team that run much, and there goes Kehoe. Throw to second, in time, and Kehoe is out. That will do it for the home half of the second. Right on cue, Kehoe attempts the stolen base, unsuccessful. The Dolphins maintain a 3-0 lead heading to the third.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Third inning getting started from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins lead by 3. And the first pitch of the inning is swung on and missed down in the dirt. Jason Rodopoulos went fishing there.
Nice second inning from John Esposito, looking to get another relatively quick inning here in the top of the third, as he has a 3-0 lead here at the College of Staten Island.
Comes the 0-1. That's in for a called strike. Esposito issued a leadoff walk. Since, he's been ahead of just about every hitter. Big difference.
Can't ask anything more out of your starter.
That just missed.
A very good waste pitch there from Esposito to try to force him on that pitch. Just missed it, as you said.
His catcher liked it. Received a nod from Michael Kehoe behind the plate. And the 1-2 is in for a called strike 3.
Well, he liked that previous pitch. He's going to love that one. A nice strike 3 for the first out of the top of the third inning. Esposito has been really doing good since that leadoff walk, as you mentioned.
Well, I've gotten to see John Esposito pitch a lot over the last few years covering Dolphins baseball here on CSI Sportsnet. This looks like it's going to be one of those starts. As that's fouled straight back, he has looked dominant so far after that first inning.
As you also mentioned earlier, with that 18 strikeout performance he had last season, we were both there to witness that, and he was on money in that game. So far in this game, he looks just the part.
Keep in mind as well, as Esposito misses there out of the zone, this game is just 7 innings, and I think it was strategic by the Dolphins to save Esposito for the 7-inning game, as it's much easier to go the distance in a 7-inning game. And Esposito certainly a pitcher capable of throwing a complete game, as that's fouled back.
You know, you mentioned it during our break, Joe. The question would be, how long would Esposito go, and who would the Dolphins go to out of the bullpen for this game, being that they have another game coming up?
That game tomorrow. I believe the start time is 3 o'clock tomorrow. I'll double check that as Esposito misses with ball 2. Esposito already has 4 strikeouts in this game. 3 of them have been looking. Here comes the 2-2. And that is in for a called third strike.
Joe Stradamus striking again with that one.
You saying I jinxed that one into existence too?
I think you spoke it into existence completely.
Won't deny the credit.
If you're a CSI fan, you'll take it, though.
They certainly will take it. And if you've listened long enough, they're used to me doing the same thing time and time again. As that pitch is hit well out to center field, Castiglione ranges back. The wind knocks it down, and Castiglione makes the catch for the final out of the inning. Another quick 1-2-3 inning for John Esposito. His team leads 3-0 heading to the home half of the third.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us.
To intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Bottom of the third getting underway. Angel Santiago steps back into the box. He was at the plate when Michael Kehoe was caught stealing to bring the second inning to a close. That's chopped on the infield. Slow roller to short, played on a hop, and Santiago is thrown out for out number 1.
Nice play at short by Segura to get the first out of this bottom of the third. 1 pitch, 1 out for the Knights.
And that will bring A.J. Vigliotti to the plate. Like Santiago, Vigliotti walked his first time up. First pitch on its way from Neuronis, and that sails high for ball 1.
So Neuronis in that last inning was very quick with his pitches, so he's looking to do that again here in the bottom of the third.
He has worked at a very quick pace. Gets the ball back and is just about ready to deliver. He comes set as soon as he receives the ball. And that's taken for a strike.
It's as if he's on a pitch clock like they do in the MLB spring training.
He could get 2 pitches in before the pitch clock expires at this work rate. Here comes the 1-2. That's outside.
Trying to force Vigliotti to chase on that one. Good eye by him to force the count out to 2-2.
That's fouled away, and I spoke about it with Andrew. All of us cannot wait for the start of the MLB season on Thursday. Next season will be at Yankee Stadium 2 nights in a row to see my Phillies to play the Yankees.
Excuse you?
That's it well out to right field, carrying well toward the warning track, but Hoskins is there to make the catch.
Nonetheless, it will be a fun 2 days in the Bronx, seeing the reigning NL champs take it on the New York Yankees.
$6 tickets, an offer we couldn't refuse.
Cannot complain with that.
Definitely not. When Aaron Judge re-signed, it was a special promo for the upper level. I said, give me row 1 and I'm there. And that's where we're seated. Shendi Ulaj takes low for ball 1. Ulaj doubled home a run in his first at-bat, and he fouls that one away.
Ulaj's last at bat scorched that one into right field to bring home a run. Could have been 2, but the base running error for the Dolphins cost them the second run.
That was an unfortunate break for the Dolphins because Santiago was picking up his third base coach and didn't realize that he had a second runner right on his tail. So when he picked up the break sign, that was for the runner about maybe 10 feet behind him as Ulaj takes high. And the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good thing for CSI, they were able to get 2 more runs after that play. Hence why they have a 3-0 lead here in the third.
And Ulaj looks at ball 3. Best case for the Dolphins, they could be ahead by 4, were it not for that base running miscue. But if you look at it that way, who knows whether or not the third out comes when it does, because that afforded the Knights an out that they otherwise wouldn't have had, as that's chopped toward the middle and through for a base hit. And Ulaj is 2 for 2.
Shendy has seen the ball very well today so far in this game number 2, and even in game number 1. Now 2 for 2 as the Dolphins keep the inning going for Vincent Weigel.
Vincent Weigel comes to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on first. Very often in these spots, we see teams look to run. I get the sense the Dolphins probably won't run with Ulaj here.
We'll have to see, Joe.
And that is grounded through the right side for a base hit. Ulaj will go first to third as it was bobbled in right field by Hoskins, but I think Ulaj had third base anyway.
Ulaj was hustling and hustling down to go from second to third. He gets in there. Weigel now 2 for 2 in the day as well, had that 2-run single his previous at-bat. And now Iracey comes to the bat with another RBI opportunity to try to put the Dolphins up top at, by very least 4-0.
Base hit here could make this a 4-run game, as Nick mentioned. Potentially an extra base hit could make it a 5-run game, as the Dolphins continue to swing the bats well early, and that's chopped foul. I said it before, Nick. The Dolphins can't afford to miss many opportunities to add to their lead against this Knights team. That being said, the way John Esposito has pitched so far, it looks like 3 runs could be enough. And Iracey takes out of the zone.
Esposito has been mowing down through these Knights hitters since that first inning. And you really need that out of your starter, especially with the way Game 1 went for the Dolphins pitching.
Runners on the corners, 2 outs, 1-1 the count. And Iracey chops one over to third. Long throw across the diamond in time. And the side is retired. Dolphins strand a pair. They do not score in the home third, and their lead remains 3-0, heading to the fourth.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Top of the fourth getting started from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins lead it by 3. 3 runs on 6 hits for the Dolphins. No runs or just a couple of base hits for the Knights. 4, 5, and 6 due up for Queens here in the 4th. Anthony Fontana will lead things off, and he looks at a strike on the outside corner. And Nick, he did not like that call.
Knights have not liked the strike zone so far in this game, to say the least, Joe.
Comes the 0-1. And that's hit well out to left center field. That ball carrying well toward the wall, and it one-hops the fence. Fontana heads to second, and he's in standing with a leadoff double.
Oh, did not like that first pitch, but he definitely liked that second one. A leadoff double for the Knights as they look to get their first run of this game with a runner on second and nobody out.
And that's really good hitting by Fontana. He did not like the call on the first pitch. Esposito tried to go back to that same location again, and Fontana was waiting for it. Job well done by the Knights cleanup hitter as that pitch is taken up and away by Hoskins for ball 1.
We saw in the first inning, Esposito got into a little bit of trouble, was able to work out of it. Will he be able to work out of it here at the top of the 4th inning?
The leadoff man stands in scoring position, and Hoskins took a big cut there as he comes up empty for strike 1.
Hoskins kind of swinging for the fence on that one, looking to make some impact for the Knights here at the top of the 4th.
That was a big swing. Here comes the 1-1. And that's hit in the air out to right field. That ball is carrying. And Santiago makes the catch drifting back. Throw comes in as Fontana will advance to third.
Well, Hoskins is able to advance the runner to third, but a loud out number 1 forced by the Dolphins. And now Matt Phillip will try to bring home the runner from third to get the Knights their first run of this game.
Phillip at the plate in this game, 0 for 1. A ground ball here might be enough to score a run. And Phillip looks at that pitch down and away. Want to know the count? Pitch on its way. There's a big swing and a miss.
Phillip foul tipped that one into the glove of Kehoe. But you're right, he made a big swing and miss on that one. Now 1-1 in this count.
We've seen a few big swings in this inning already by the Knights. Here comes the 1-1. And that is lined straight into the glove of Vigliotti at first. No time to switch the camera as Vigliotti makes the grab there for the second out.
Another loud out forced by the Dolphins. Vigliotti made a great play at first base. And now the Dolphins are an out away from, again, getting out of the inning after the leadoff runner got on base.
That was hit right at Vigliotti. Didn't have to move, went down to a knee and made the catch. As now Esposito is within 1 out of escaping the 4th unscathed. Colin Diaz, the batter, half swing there, and he went around as he was nearly hit by that pitch. Got a bit tied up there on the inner half. 1-1 the count on the Knights left fielder. Esposito's pitch on its way, and that's high. Esposito comes set. And the 2-1 pitch is high for ball 3.
First base is open, so a walk necessarily wouldn't hurt the Dolphins here, but it would force the tying run to the plate for the Knights.
And that's exactly it, Nick. You don't want to bring the tying run to the plate on a walk. And that catches the corner.
Esposito now 1 strike away from getting out of this inning once again unscathed.
3 balls and 2 strikes, the count on Diaz. Payoff pitch coming. That's chopped on the ground to the left side, handled at third. Weigel's throw to first in time, and the side is retired. The Knights get a runner over to third base with 1 out and fail to score. As we head to the bottom half of the 4th inning, the Dolphins still lead 3-0.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back for the bottom of the fourth inning. First pitch of the inning. Missed for ball one to Anthony Cetera, and the second pitch misses for ball two.
Early 2-0 count for Cetera. Looking to get on base for CSI here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
And the 2-0 is hit out to center. And the catch is made on the move by Rodopoulos in center. And when the ball's been in the air, he's had a fine day. It's when the ball's been hit on the ground that he's had some problems.
It's been a weird day for Rodopoulos, but he makes a nice play there to get the first out of the bottom of the fourth inning. As now Nick Cipoletti comes up for CSI.
Cipoletti 0 for 1 at the plate, struck out his first time up, and he takes a called strike one. This game moving right along. We're at about the 1 hour mark with one out in the bottom of the fourth. There's a big swing and a miss by Cipoletti for strike two. You know the room next door is lamenting the fact that I may have just engaged the commentator's jinx again. As that's chopped foul.
And that's especially after the fact that we had a very long first inning for both pitchers. But ever since that first inning has happened, it's been kind of, the game has gone at a good pace since those innings. But as you said, Joe, you might have jinxed it because of that.
And there's a swing and a miss for strike three by Cipoletti. And there are quickly two away in the inning. Back to the top of the order for the Dolphins. And Michael Kehoe will be the batter. Kehoe is 1 for 2. And he looks at a strike. That's hit toward the right side, handled on the hop over at first base. And Fontana completes the putout to retire the side. Dolphins go down very quickly, 1, 2, 3 in the fourth. Heading to the fifth, Staten Island leads Queens 3-0.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
First pitch of the 5th inning upcoming from John Esposito as we move right along here at the College of Staten Island. And Esposito finds the zone for a called strike one.
Esposito in that last inning gave up a leadoff double. Runner moved to third base after the first out of the inning on a fly ball into the outfield. But since then, Esposito has just been unbelievable in this game. But
and
now,
Nick, you have engaged
now
the commentator's jinx as that's down the line for an extra base hit. Ramirez heads to second, and he's in standing with a leadoff double.
Well, I've learned from the very best when it comes to commentator's jinxes on that one. A leadoff double again for the Knights as we had the last inning. Will they be able to get their first run, though? They were not able to do it the previous inning. We'll see if they do it here.
Here's another look at that extra base hit for Ramirez, who is getting rid of his elbow guard in between first and second, and that gives you some time to take a look at that last base hit once again.
So a lot of hits down the third base line in game number 1 for the Knights. They get another one here in the top of the 5th inning.
Runner in scoring position for Queens once again to open up the 5th. And Esposito finds the zone with a strike. Nick Berrios at the plate. He's 0 for 1 in the game. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That misses high. Here comes the 1-1. And that misses high for ball 2.
Esposito cannot really afford to give up a walk here. It would force the tying run at the plate for the Knights. So looking to get a big out number 1 here in the top of the 5th inning.
Comes the 2-1. And that misses low. Esposito opened the game with a lack of command. Corrected that very quickly. Is now behind 3-1 here. And you said it, Nick. A walk would bring the tying run to the plate. And that pitch misses up and in for ball 4.
Once again, Esposito is worked into trouble. He'll now force a mound visit here with runners on first and second, nobody out. And Jason Rodopoulos now being the tying run at the plate for the Knights.
And I think the Dolphins are going to talk about where they intend to go with the baseball here. Because I believe that's Mike Morrow leading this conversation, and he brings his whole infield in to discuss this. So if I had to guess, they are talking defensive strategy in this spot. I'd be curious to see if the Knights look to bunt. I don't think you do in a 7-inning game in this spot, but you never know because Rodopoulos very well could beat it out.
And I think that's why they had the conference there on the mound, because if a bunt does happen, do you want your infield in, or do you want to just play it, semi where you would usually play it and just look for the double play ball to get 2 outs in the inning?
If the Dolphins don't bring the infield in here, I think for sure they bunt. We'll see.
I think you might see the corner infielders at least stay in, as you see Weigel and Bigliotti are staying by the runners at the near base as there's a swing and a miss for strike 1. But they're going to be heads-on ready for any potential bunt attempt here with 1 strike.
I'll tell you, the last thing that Rodopoulos wanted to do is chase a pitch in the dirt, and that's what he did on that first one. The count is 0-1, not 1-0. And there's a swing and a miss at another breaking ball for strike 2.
Well, there will be no bunt attempt now with a 2-strike count. Esposito looking to get a big out number 1 here as he maybe looks to, force Rodopoulos to chase this pitch.
And the 0-2 is hit in the air out to right field. Santiago coming on. He settles underneath it and makes the catch. Both runners will hold. And there's 1 away in the inning.
Good out number 1 forced by Esposito. And now for CSI, a double play ball gets them out of the inning. So Esposito once again has a chance to keep the game 3-0 if he can get a double play ball forced there.
Mark Cisco, the batter. And given that last swing that Fontana had against Esposito in his previous at-bat, you'd love to get out of this inning without facing him. He looms in the hole, 2 batters away, with 1 out in the inning. So Esposito would have to get the next 2 hitters. comes the 1-0. And Cisco looks at ball 2.
You said Joe really did not want to face Fontana, especially after his last at-bat. But now with a 2-0 count for Cisco, he's in the driver's seat in this at-bat.
Tough spot for Esposito here behind 2-0. And that's fouled back.
And that's exactly what he needed. He needed him to force, a strike on that pitch. Now 2-1, looking to force something in play to get that double play ball to end this inning.
2 balls and 1 strike the count on the Knights' second baseman in a big spot. Queens trailing by 3, and they throw behind the runner at second, who gets back easily. No action in either bullpen. Esposito comes set. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's up high. It's a tough spot for a pitcher. You can't throw a get-me-over pitch here with the tying run at the plate. But a walk puts the tying run on base with 2 very dangerous hitters looming. And that's a foul ball, which will run the count full to 3-2. Big pitch in this game coming up right here. 3-2 the count on Cisco. 2 on, 1 out. Payoff pitch on its way. And that swung on and missed for strike 3. Huge strikeout for John Esposito, and there are now 2 away in the road 5th inning.
Was down 2-0 in the count, worked his way back to getting those 2 strikes. It was full at 3-2, and a big swing and a miss from Cisco. And Esposito now is once again 1 out away from keeping this game 3-0.
That is as big a strikeout as we've had all day in either game. And now Esposito is 1 out away from escaping trouble yet again. The Knights haven't had too many on base, but when they have, Esposito has found a way out every time. And the 1-0 is off the glove of Kehoe, but he keeps it within range to hold the runners at first and second.
And that's huge because it would have forced both runners into scoring position if that had been a pass ball. So good job by Kehoe to find that one. But now a 2-0 count here.
Francis Segarra ahead 2-0. Anthony Fontana stands on deck, and Esposito catches the corner.
And you don't want Fontana on, at the plate with bases loaded and 2 outs, and with a chance to potentially tie the game with 1 swing.
Here comes the 2-1. And that's lined towards center field. In comes Castiglione, and he makes the catch. The Knights strand 2 on base once again. John Esposito with 5 shutout innings now as he heads back to the dugout with CSI leading 3-0.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Bottom of the fifth, getting underway from the CSI Baseball Complex. Once again, John Esposito escapes trouble in the top half of the inning. And Dominic Castiglione will lead off for the Dolphins here in the bottom half as he looks at a called strike. Half swing and a foul ball as Castiglione is quickly in a 2-strike hole.
You know, Joe, we talked about it during the break, and I said about this for Esposito. It seems as if under pressure, he is a really, really, really good when it comes to being under pressure in these situations. Been a lot of issues, cases. As that once hit the right field, but a great play by Hoskins to make the first out of the inning. But Esposito, when he gets into these situations where there's a runner in scoring position, it doesn't seem to faze him at all. He gets out of that jam, back-to-back innings now, and the first inning also. He has been having himself a great day on the mound.
I think something very important about the work John Esposito does on the mound for the Dolphins, aside from being this team's ace, is that when things don't go well for him, it very rarely spirals out of control. He may give up 2 or 3 runs in an inning, but those innings won't turn into 7 or 8 run innings where he doesn't get out of it and has to be taken out of the game. Very rarely is he forced out of a game by opposing hitting. It's usually pitch count that'll force him out of a game. And I think we saw that on display in that last half inning. Had a couple of men on and was able to work out of it unscathed. Same goes for the first inning. Not to be lost in the 3-run Dolphins lead on the other side, Christopher Nerones has pitched really well since the first inning.
We've seen him throw a lot of quick pitches since that first inning. As Santiago gets a base hit in between the first and second baseman.
Dolphins now have a 1-out base runner. Santiago has his second hit of the game.
And Santiago is going to come out and be pitch ran by Joe Solito. So Santiago's day is done.
Check that. First hit of the game for Santiago. He reaches for the second time, and you said it, his day is done. As Solito comes in to pinch run, A.J. Vigliotti is the batter. Vigliotti officially 0 for 1 with a walk. He scored a run after he drew a walk back in the first, and that's a good block over at first base by Fontana on that ball. Another bad pickoff. We saw one earlier in the game as well. And Vigliotti looks at ball 1. Three runs on 7 hits for the Dolphins. No runs on 4 hits for the Knights. As once again, that's a bad pickoff attempt. Fontana being put to work over there at first base.
Cannot afford to get the runner in scoring position for the Dolphins with this 3-0 lead.
And Vigliotti's nearly hit by the pitch. He's now ahead 2-0.
And you could tell by the already 2 pickoff attempts and now the 2-0 count, that single is starting to get to Nerones here late in this game. He's got to focus on trying to get the out here.
And Vigliotti lines one straight into the glove of the second baseman. The runner is doubled off first, and the inning is over. Just like that, the Dolphins are turned aside in the 5th. The score remains Staten Island 3, Queens nothing. When we come back, 6th inning from the CSI Baseball Complex.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Sixth inning getting started from the College of Staten Island. John Esposito back to the mound. Has shown no signs of slowing down in this game. Has put up 5 zeros. And we'll look for one more here in the sixth, as he will face 4, 5, and 6 for the Knights. Anthony Fontana will lead things off. He got one of the best swings of the game against Esposito in his last at-bat. And he hits that one a mile high, deep to right field. That ball carrying toward the fence, and it falls at the base of the wall. Fontana around second, and he will put the brakes on, as that ball came as close to leaving the ballpark as we've seen all season.
Well, Joe, for the third string inning, the Knights get a lead-off double. The previous 2 innings, they have not been able to bring that runner home from second. They're looking to finally bring him home in this at-bat because they're running out of time to bring home that first run and get back into this game.
That was some shot on that double by Fontana. There you see Martinez chasing it to the wall. Fontana thought about third. Out of the box, it didn't look like he was running as hard as he could have.
He thought that one was gone.
I don't blame him. The way the wind has been blowing to right today, but if you look at the flag right now, the wind is dormant. As Esposito misses for ball 2. And I think that just goes back to my point from the last inning. It is a good thing Esposito was able to get out of it without facing Fontana, because Fontana, these last couple of at-bats, has had 2 great swings.
And remember, that was with bases loaded, too. So if that was to happen, all 3 runners would have came home, and this game would be tied right now with him being on second base. So you're right. A great job by Esposito to get out of the previous inning, but now needs to get out of this one.
He gets ahead, or I should say runs the count even here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reed Hoskins at the plate. He's been really busy out in right field today. Not an easy right field here at the CSI Baseball Complex. And that's in for strike 3 called, as Esposito has yet another strikeout looking. And I'll have to get the official tally, but that has to be at least 5 or 6.
Esposito's doing a good job of, framing those pitches to the best of his ability. That was a little bit on the outside, but a great strike 3 and a huge first out for CSI.
That's hit sharply but foul off the front of the CSI dugout. And that was strikeout looking number 5, strikeout number 7 overall for Esposito.
Alex Martinez now looks like he's going to be warming up in the CSI bullpen.
And Matt Phillips takes a called strike 2.
Thank you, Lewis, for relaying that information down to us.
He has the binoculars.
He does.
Which makes him the man with all of that knowledge. Here comes the 0-2. That misses high.
Esposito looking for another strikeout right here. Got a 1-2 count with 1 out.
Here comes the 1-2. And that's on the inside corner for a called strike 3. Phillip can't believe it as he heads back to the dugout, and Esposito has struck out back-to-back batters for the first 2 outs of the inning.
That was a nasty breaking ball from Esposito on that pitch, and you're right, Phillip was not happy about that strike 3 call. But again, Esposito gave up the leadoff double, has now gotten 2 straight strikeouts, and is 1 out away from once again getting out of trouble.
That front door breaking ball against the righties today has been so tough. And here you get another look at that last one. Phillip couldn't believe it. You see his shock as he was rung up for the 3rd strike. That pitch misses up and away for ball 2. Colin Diaz at the plate here. He's 0 for 2. We'll look to bring the tying run to the plate if he can get on. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1.
Esposito once again looking to get out of trouble. Leadoff double now is down the count 2-1. But as we've seen a lot in this game, as this 2-1 is going to be on the outside for ball 3. But he's gotten, behind the count a lot in this game and is able to work back into it and force some outs and even get some strikeouts. So, as I said earlier, it seems as if, the pressure does not get to him.
Certainly not. And the 3-1 misses up and away for ball 4.
And that's a huge walk because now it forces the tying run again at the plate for the Knights. And this time will be Andrew Ramirez.
Well, I think the most concerning aspect of that walk is that not only does it bring the tying run to the plate, but Ramirez is 2 for 2 against Esposito in this game. So even though he's hitting at the bottom of the order, he's had success today. And he looks at that pitch high for ball 1. Ramirez 2 for 2 with a double here in game 2. He also got the start in game 1. He was 2 for 4 in that game as he looked at a strike here.
And remember, in the game on Friday, he was also 2 for 4 in that game with 2 RBIs. So he has a great opportunity to bring home at least 1 run here with a single.
6 Knights had multiple hits on Friday. As Esposito delivers, and that's fouled away. And once again, he is 1 strike away from escaping trouble. How many times have we said that these last few innings? The last 3?
It's been a lot, especially in the last 3 or 4 innings.
Comes the 1-2. And that is swung on and missed. Strike 3.
He is pumped up, Joe.
Esposito fired up. The Dolphins dugout energized, and CSI maintains a 3-run lead as Esposito has yet another strikeout. He strikes out the side in the 6th, and the Dolphins will come to bat, leading 3-0.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do. Be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Shendi Ulaj leads off the bottom half of the 6th inning for the Dolphins, who will be looking for some insurance. This game got started at 3:25. It is now 4:54, so we're just about an hour and a half in. As time is called by the home plate umpire with the count even at 1-1, and they're going to retrieve a baseball off the warning track in left field from the Dolphins bullpen.
We've seen some really good pitching in this game from both of these pitchers. Esposito with a great job once again to get out of a jam for the 3rd straight inning. But Neuronas, ever since that 1st inning, has been doing a great job as well to keep this game 3-0.
Dolphins with 3 runs on 7 hits in the game. The Knights with no runs on 5 base hits. And you said it, Nick. Neuronas, since the 1st, has not been scored upon either.
The Knights have Danny Gargano warming up in their bullpen. We saw him warming up in game number 1 of this doubleheader.
Queen's hoping that they need him because in all likelihood, that would mean they've either tied the game or taken the lead in the 7th. The Dolphins hope to not need any bullpen in this game. as Shendi Ulaj takes ball 4.
Well, as we saw on Friday, CSI had that lead going into the 9th inning, and unfortunately it got away from them. This is where the biggest opportunity for CSI to get some big-time insurance runs here in the bottom of the 6th inning to try to increase that lead. That's currently 3-0.
Dolphins have had a lot of good at-bats today. Ulaj drew that walk out of a full count. Weigel swung a hot bat recently as well. Chance for him here as the corners creep in, and that's fouled away. I don't think you bunt here.
No, you do not.
The Knights certainly think the Dolphins might bunt. Now, the question is, did Weigel miss a sign? Because he's having a conversation with his third base coach, and now they're going to pinch run for Ulaj over at first.
It's going to be Christopher Riley going into pinch run.
Bit unusual to see that after a pitch has already been thrown in the at-bat. But the pinch runner is Riley, as Nick just mentioned. Weigel is behind in the count, 0-1.
You're right, Joe. You usually don't see a pinch runner come in during the at-bat.
The last time I saw that was when I forgot to put one in myself in MLB The Show. As that's blocked nicely behind the plate. So the count on the count on Weigel, 1 ball and 1 strike following the foul ball. Ulaj drew the leadoff walk, and Riley is now the pinch runner over at first. Not sure what that was, as that's grounded toward the middle. Flip to second for 1. Bare hand on the reception of that throw. And over to first goes the shortstop with the ball. What a play there by Segura, who caught it with the bare hand and then threw to first.
Well, just like the song, the hips don't lie for Iracy coming up to bat, but that double play definitely does not lie for the Knights. They get 2 big outs there here at the bottom of the 6th inning as now Iracy tries to keep the inning going for the Dolphins.
So the leadoff base runner very quickly erased. Iracy, the batter, looks at ball 1. In this game, Iracy officially 0 for 1 at the plate, was hit by a pitch. That's the only time he's reached, but he's ahead in the count here, 2-0. That sails up and in for ball 3. That one not close.
No. Just a bit outside, as they would say.
3-0 the count on Iracy. That's way upstairs for ball 4.
4-pitch walk forced by Iracy to keep the inning going for the Dolphins.
That double play looming a bit larger right now, and it looks like that's going to prompt a pitching change. As I said, Nick, those pitches weren't really close. And I think Chris Reardon didn't like that. And he may give his starter the opportunity to stay in this game, though it looked like he signaled for a reliever.
He did it first.
And he did. So
and Gargano was coming in.
Gargano will enter the game. And I mentioned before, Gargano has been unscored upon this season. He's been the best pitcher overall for the Knights. In 9 1/3, has allowed just 1 earned run. Check that, 1 run. I was going to say his ERA is 0. He has not allowed an earned run. Only 1 run has scored. With him on the mound, he's allowed 6 hits in 9 1/3. Has struck out 10. 36 opposing batters, hitting just 167 against him. That batting average against is the best on this Knights roster.
He is certainly tough to hit for this Knights pitching staff. But he comes into a situation here, 3-0, runner on first, 2 outs, just needs to get the 1 out to force this game to go into the 7th inning and potentially, get a potential win if the Knights were to score 3 or 4 runs in the top of the 7th inning.
Just want to let the room next door know we can play music while the opposing pitcher is warming up. That's okay. It's a little quiet in here.
Not during the at-bat.
Exactly. Not during the at-bat. But we can definitely get some music playing right now, everyone. Do they hear me, or do I have to go next door and tell them?
You might have to go next door, Joe.
Has the laptop crashed?
I hope not.
I'll go tell them. I'll be right back.
Okay. In the meantime, we see Gargano still warming up. 3-0 game, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. CSI trying to get some extra runs here in the bottom of the 6th, as looks like Esposito will come out for the 7th inning, barring any other circumstances. If not, it'll be Alex Martinez going into pitch in the 7th inning. But it looks like this will be Esposito's game to win going into the top of the 7th. He has pitched a great game overall. He'll look to get that complete game shutout. But CSI will look to add some runs here in the bottom of the 6th. 2 outs with a runner on first.
It was getting a bit eerie in here where the only sound that could be heard was the sound of my voice. So we had to change that. If there's no sounds of the game, I need some music playing. Otherwise,
that's fair.
Everyone in the building can hear me, and I can only hear myself, and I don't like it. So we had to get the music playing as we get set to resume action here in the bottom of the 6th. Anthony Iracy, the runner over at first. Anthony Cetera is the batter. And as we mentioned already, the new pitcher for the Knights is Danny Gargano. He will look to close the door on this 6th inning and give his team a chance in the 7th, trailing by 3 runs. Dolphins looking for their first conference victory of the season, their first win on their home field, and their first win against Queens in the last several tries. I'll have to go back and check exactly how many games it has been. The Knights also have their winning streak in jeopardy right here.
Just about to mention that, Joe.
Something else to keep in mind as Cetera looks at that pitch low. Game 1 extended the Queens' winning streak to 8 games. Comes the 1-0. That's well inside for ball 2.
Early 2-0 count forced by Cetera. He's in the driver's seat here, trying to get on base with 2 outs.
So the Knights have won 8 in a row on the season. They have won 7 in a row overall against the Dolphins. CSI hoping to snap that streak here today as that's chopped on the ground to short. Throw from Segarra goes to second, and Iracy is forced out to retire the side. Dolphins 3 outs away from a shutout victory. Will John Esposito come out for the 7th? We think so. Everyone watching at home will find out after this break.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back for the top half of the 7th inning. And for those who were awaiting whether or not John Esposito has returned to the game, as you will see momentarily on your screens, he has. The Dolphins starter back to the mound for the 7th inning, looking for a complete game effort against Queens College. We'll look to snap the Knights' winning streak at 8 games. We'll look to snap the Queens' winning streak against CSI at 7 games. And we'll look to get the Dolphins their first home win and their first conference win of the season. First pitch of the inning misses for ball 1. Pinch hitter as well for Queens College Yorsix Jimenez will be the batter. He got the start in game 1. He's ahead in the count here, 1-0, and he looks at ball 2.
We've seen Esposito the last 3 innings has given up a leadoff double, but has gotten out of each jam that he's gotten into. Jimenez will look to get on base to start off the top of the 7th with a 2-0 count.
Comes a 2-0. That's in for a called strike. There remains action in the Dolphins' bullpen. Alex Martinez continues to warm up. He came in on Friday. There's a big swing and a miss there.
Another big hack swung on by the Knights, but it's gone right through. Esposito has just been on the money today.
2-2 the count on Jimenez. The pitch from Esposito is swung on and missed for strike 3.
Another strikeout from Esposito. That's how he got all of his outs in the 6th inning. Gets his first out in the 7th with another strikeout there, as now the Knights are down to their final 2 outs.
Esposito now has 10 strikeouts. Esposito came in with an ERA around 4.7, and we knew that was going to come down. But he's done a great job here in this game as he gets another swing and a miss.
Esposito has been getting better as the game goes along, as we've seen these past couple of innings.
At the plate is Jason Rodopoulos, and he skies one out to right field. Believe that is Martinez now in the game at right field who makes the catch, and there are 2 gone in the inning.
Dolphins an out away from ending the Knights' win streak and ending their losing streak against the Knights. It is all down now to Mark Cisco.
Cisco will look to keep the Knights alive here. And the first pitch ends up at the backstop. I don't have a pitch count on Esposito unless I can't find it. Not sure if we turned it on for game 2 or not. And the 1-0 catches the inside corner for a called strike. There it is, 100 pitches even.
I was just about to say, probably in the triple digits.
I think that's 100 entering this at bats. This would be 103. And it's in for a called strike 2. Dolphins now 1 strike away.
And how fitting would it be for Esposito to end this game with another strikeout to get the CGSO?
Never heard it called that before. Here comes the 1-2, and that's hit hard into center field. And it was dropped. Sinking line drive, tough play for Castiglione. I thought he got a glove on it before it hit the ground.
It took a 1 bounce into his glove.
1 bounce into his glove. He got caught in between there. Nothing more he could have done. That's the 6th hit of the game for Queens.
So you've never heard someone say CGSO?
Not once.
Really?
I know what you meant.
Okay. That's all that matters, as long as you knew what I meant with it.
I knew complete game shutout.
Okay.
But I've never heard that before. Knights still alive in this game. And that pitch.
And this is
missed.
This is a big at-bat, Joe, because look who is on deck for the Knights. Anthony Fontana, who has had the 2 biggest hits of the game against Esposito today.
Francis Segarra will look to give him a chance. Esposito hopes to close the door here. And that is through the left side past the diving Cipoletti for a base hit.
And Cipoletti now bobbles in the left field. It's going to force the runner to go from 2nd to 3rd.
And how about that? As Fontana will get a chance as the tying run.
And he's going to face a new pitcher, Joe. I think that is it for Esposito.
Wow. Things have turned quickly. Esposito very quickly recorded the first 2 outs. Was 1 out away from the complete game shutout. And I think this is the right move. As good as Esposito has been, Fontana has gotten 2 great swings against him. The last 2 at-bats. The second one nearly left the ballpark.
Well, actually, Joe, he's going to let him finish.
Triple digits.
You gotta love the confidence of your pitcher. Despite the fact that he's given up 2 big hits to Fontana, he wants to finish this game.
I have no doubt Esposito wants to finish this game. I'd love to see him get it as a fan of CSI Athletics, but I'm impartial up here in the press box. Remember that, impartial. First pitch, down in the dirt for ball 1.
Fontana was very close his last at-bat to hitting a home run. If he's able to do it here, it would tie the game. He is the tying run at the plate.
Fontana is 2 for 3 with a pair of doubles. Runner going from first. No throw. Would you give that defensive indifference?
That's tough. It's tough.
It will go down as a stolen base, but I thought they had a chance if someone covered.
I think the right play is to let him get the base, because now you have a 3-0 count. Now at least first base open. The only issue being that the go-ahead run would be at the plate, and one big swing into the gap would tie the game.
That's a pretty big issue. Here comes the 3-0, and that misses for ball 4.
A quote-unquote unintentional walk there for Fontana, and now the bases are loaded for Reed Hoskins. I did it, Joe. I knew I was going to do it once.
We almost made it.
I almost made it. I knew it.
Andrew soldiered through.
I knew it.
The Phillies fan, made it this far.
I knew it.
And you broke.
So close.
Pinch runner over at first base here. So Fontana's day is done. Joseph Corneal is the pinch runner over at first base. He represents the tying run on base. We have John Esposito at 111 pitches. The bases are loaded. 2 outs. And there's a big swing and a miss by Hoskins for strike 1.
And you just see Cisco on that last pitch. He was almost completely down the third base line trying to fool Esposito on that pitch.
0-1 the count on Hoskins. The pitch from Esposito on its way. And that's up high.
Esposito got the first 2 outs quickly, but since then trouble has brewed in the inning. He's 1 out away from getting that complete game shutout. Needs to find an out right here.
Comes the 1-1. And there's a half swing and a foul tip into the glove of Kehoe for strike 2.
And he is 1 strike away once again from getting this win.
The volume level beginning to rise here in the CSI Baseball Complex. Esposito 1 strike away. And that's it on the ground. Left side, backhanded by Cipoletti. Long throw to first, not in time. And the ball trickled away, but Vigliotti tracks it down.
A tough play for Cipoletti. Really had only 1 play on that one, and it just took a bounce. Could not be made. Play could not be made at first base. Now a 3-1 game, and a great opportunity for the Knights to attack. With 1 swing, a single right here would tie the game. And they're keeping Esposito in.
Queens is on the board for the first time, as that will go down as an infield single. And that's it on the ground to third. Weigel has it. He steps on the bag, and the ball game is over. Complete game for John Esposito as the Dolphins have ended the win streak of Queens College at 8. The Knights had beaten the Dolphins 7 straight. That streak comes to an end, and CSI wins it 3-1.
Well, Joe, we almost saw some flashbacks from Friday in this inning, but CSI was able to get out of it and get a big-time win here at the College of Staten Island, 3-1. A complete game for John Esposito. Was just so close to getting that CGSO, but he comes away with the win. Huge win for CSI to end the losing streak against the Knights.
You just had to say it one more time, didn't you?
Of course.
As Esposito picks up the win in complete game fashion, and Nick, the Dolphins needed that in a big way.
Huge.
Their ace came through today.
Yeah, you can't ask anything more out of your ace to go the full distance, especially considering the fact that how that 7th inning went. It really started off great for him, got into a little bit of trouble, gave up that run. You would have thought maybe after that run given up, he would have been taken out, but Esposito went the full distance, and that's a huge, considering that CSI goes back onto action tomorrow.
Well, to his credit, he talked his way into facing what ultimately proved to be 3 more batters in this game. It looked like he was going to come out. Mike Morrow signaled for Alex Martinez in the bullpen. Esposito talked his way into the game, and I think the Knights really did him a favor, stealing second base. They opened up first base and allowed him to walk that batter. At the time, Fontana was at the plate. The next man came up, dribbled an infield single to the left side before Esposito finally got the third out to bring this game to a close. For the Dolphins, the win is their 7th of the season. And for the Knights, they fall to 13-5. CSI is now 7-12. They are 1-2 in the conference. The Knights are 2-1 in the conference. One more game to come between these two teams tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's a huge win for CSI going into that game tomorrow for the Dolphins and for the Knights. CSI really needed it, as you mentioned earlier, especially considering how the game on Friday went and how Game 1 went for the Dolphins. They got a great effort from Esposito, a big 3 spot in that first inning, and they were able to hold on, despite the circumstances, in that 7th inning to get a big 3-1 win.
There you see the final lines on your screen. For the Knights, 1 run on 8 hits and 1 error. For the Dolphins, 3 runs on 7 hits and no errors. And Nick, as we've said many times already, it was CSI's pitching that came through here in Game 2. John Esposito goes the distance. The Dolphins get their first win here at the CSI Baseball Complex this year, their first win in conference play, and this team hopes there is much more of that to come. Still more work to be done tomorrow as the Dolphins face Queens College in the final game of a 4-game set that began back on Friday. The Dolphins very easily could have been down 3-0 in this series with a loss in this game. Their ace comes through. Now they have a chance to earn a 2-2 split of the season series tomorrow, and that's huge for this team.
Yeah, you can't ask anything more, especially against a Queens College team that has been doing really good to start off this season. As you said, coming into the series, they have won 7 in a row, made it 8 in a row with that win in Game 1. And to get a win like this is big confidence for a team going in, down to the right stretch of the season. So now the question is going to be who starts for CSI tomorrow, how much will they get from their starter, and the good thing about this game is they were able to rest their bullpen for that game tomorrow. So that was the biggest, factor overall for CSI to get the win. Now they have a rested bullpen going into their matchup tomorrow with Queens. Let's see how they fare in that one.
Should be a fun game tomorrow. I know I'll be tuning in on the ECC network, and we thank everyone who tuned into our broadcast here today. We got started over 5.5 hours ago ahead of Game 1. We had first pitch of that game at noon. Game 2 comes to an end at about maybe 5:15 p.m. here on Sunday night. So this has been Joe Foreman, and for my broadcast partner, Nick Bavona, and all of us here at the College of Staten Island, we thank you for watching. Our final score in Game 1, Queens 15, Staten Island 5. Our final score in Game 2, Staten Island 3, Queens 1. The final game of this 4-game East Coast Conference Series tomorrow. You can catch that right back here on the ECC network. Queens College also has a great stream. Be sure to tune in as the Dolphins go for a season series split against the Knights. Here on CSI Sportsnet, we'll be back on the air tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. Weather permitting, CSI Softball takes on DeUville University. Again, those games begin over at the Softball Diamond at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Be sure to tune in here on Sportsnet for that. Doubleheader, everyone, tomorrow, Nick. You can catch softball, followed by baseball. Don't want to miss any CSI Dolphins action. Until next time, everyone enjoy the rest of your Sunday night.